ja. Der war sowieso völlig veraltet. Das hier ist ein Mark 6. Kam heute Morgen frisch von Songnam rein. Ganz cool bleiben, bis Sie sich an die Neuerungen gewöhnt haben. Als erstes testen wir Ihre Zieleinrichtung. Blicken Sie auf das obere Licht, bitte. Gut. Blicken Sie jetzt auf das untere Licht. In Ordnung. Blicken Sie noch einmal auf das obere Licht. Das war's. Und jetzt nochmal auf das untere. Okay. Alles in Ordnung. Moment. Ich schalte jetzt die Inhibitoren ab. Bewegen Sie sich, um ein Gefühl dafür zu kriegen. Wenn Sie fertig sind, treffen Sie mich beim Zapper. Passen Sie gut auf, denn ich erkläre das nur einmal. Hier werden Ihre wiederaufladbaren Energieschilde getestet. Die Schilde Ihres neuen Panzers sind extrem robust, sehr effizient. Bingo! Sehen Sie, die laden viel schneller
What's up, Swank?
auf.
What's up, Yo-Yo? What's up, Nick? What's up, Anarchy?
Suchen Sie bei abfallender Schildenergiedeckung, bis sie wieder voll aufgeladen ist.
Oder er versteckt sich einfach hinter mir. Sind Sie fertig mit dem Jungen? Wo sind denn die Laufräder?
Sein Panzer funktioniert gut. Sie dürfen gehen, mein Junge, aber nicht vergessen, immer schön langsam.
Keine Bange, ich halte ihm die Hand.
Also, Johnson, wollen Sie mir nicht endlich erzählen, wie
think
Sie
my
es
chat's
nach Hause
not
geschafft
working.
haben?
Sorry, Guns. Das ist streng geheim.
Might have to fix it later. It was weird earlier.
Zwei Zielfernrohrs können Sie dann erstmal vergessen.
Mann, der hat vielleicht eine Laune. Vielleicht hat ja Lord Hood vergessen, ihm eine Einladung zu schicken.
I think you guys are gonna have to live without chat.
Die Erde. Hab sie seit Jahren nicht gesehen.
I'm gonna have to restart my computer to get it to work.
War das orbitale Verteidigungsnetz noch reine
We're too far into the stream to do that. Look how far into the train ride we are. Can't go back. The door's already closed.
Schlachtschiffe der Allianz wie Butter. Wenn die Athen
Yeah,
die
chat on
Reiter
screen.
koordiniert feuern, kommt nichts heil an diesem Kampfverband vorbei. Schon den ganzen Morgen treffen Schiffe.
So I'm almost finished with season 1 of Doctor Who.
Das wird bestimmt eine große
It's not
Sache.
bad. It's not quite the same as I thought it would be, but it's not bad. Season 1 as in the 2005 season 1.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Feind in Sicht! Hey! Wir warten, bis sie zu uns kommen!
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Dies ist keine Übung.
Man. I literally just took the weekend off, bro, so.
Entertruppen unterwegs. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
in.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Leave me alone.
Dies ist keine Übung. Wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Hochführen dich mal.
No. Bad Nick.
Waffenschränke öffnen.
No.
Der Dämon ist tot.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
It's going to be our stream. Our stream? No, it's definitely my stream. Uh-oh.
An alle, besetzt die
Sounds like a
Kampfstationen.
distortion raid coming. Maybe it is gonna become a distortion. Okay.
Okay, wow. Wir sind im selben Team.
Keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Kontakt.
Alright. Yo, big old distortion raid. Right as I'm getting the stream started. I am MisterMonopoli. I'm playing Halo 2 on Legendary. Still at this record. Some of you guys might have been here from previous raids. Same category, same grinding. Still at it every day.
Waffenschränke öffnen.
Scary. Yo, distortion with the reset. Thank you. I guess I'll turn on webcam for the raid.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine
Hello,
sein.
Raiders.
Chief, suchen Sie die.
Immer los jetzt! Ist eure Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Alright. Don't kill me. No, I got stuck on the wall and I died. It was my fault. I could have lived. I had to be jumping there, but whatever.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Thank you again, Distortion, for the raid. So Halo 2 Legendary is pretty hard. The enemies, they shoot you and you don't have very much health. You're able to die at basically every hallway in the entire game. And the first level is one of the hardest levels on the run. Partly because of this trick right here that I just reset to.
Alarm. Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
So you run into this box over and over again. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I'm counting the number of good bumps I get on the box. The screen will shake when I get a good bump. I'm counting 8 good bumps, and then I can go through the wall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Bam. Alright. So for the next one I usually do either 8 or 10 depending on the setup. But it's hard because you have to nade the box into position, and the Marine will be near it, which is random, and sometimes he'll block the box so it won't be in the right spot. And also just throwing 2 grenades precisely is hard because you're trying to blow them up together in the same spot. If you flip the box right.
Keine Übung. Ich wiederhole. Das ist keine Übung.
Oh, thought that was gonna work. No. Supposed to go through this dang door.
Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
So you might have noticed I bumped more than 8 times there. Some of the ones in the middle there weren't good enough. If you don't back up and get full speed and run to the box at max momentum, the screen won't shake when you hit the box, and that won't give you a good enough offset to go through the door or through the wall. So sometimes I'll be talking and like answering chat's questions, so I'll just stop in the middle of my sentence. That's usually because I'm counting.
Keine Übung. Ich wiederhole. Das ist keine Übung.
No.
Alarm. Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Yo, what up, Tuxedo? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Eventually we'll get through this door. Yo, Tux, thank you for the resub. Welcome back. Counting do be hard. You'd be surprised how hard counting is. Did any of you guys watch my glitch showcase at AGDQ? Whenever I had to count to like 250. So I did this glitch that required hitting this load zone over and over and over again 250 times, and I counted out loud, and if I counted off by 1, then the trick wasn't gonna work. If I did 1 too many or 1 too few, then I would have had to like restart and do the whole thing over. It takes like 5 minutes of counting, like back and forth on the load. But I did the trick and it did work, and it was cool. I did 3 hours of glitches for a GDQ glitch demonstration. It was pretty cool.
Keine Übung. Ich wiederhole. Das ist keine Übung.
Alright, we're in.
Ich glaube, das wollte sich ergeben. Lass mich das machen, Kameraden.
Hochführen ist Macht. Waffenschränke öffnen.
Pretty good clear.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Was it the second half? It was at the very end. It was one of the last tricks I did.
Kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau
Last
wie bei der
30
Malta.
minutes
Die
probably.
Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine
Someone in the comment section of it like highlighted and timestamped it, like all of the sections, so you can find it.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
No, I'm dead. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. I'm not dead yet. Okay, I somehow didn't die.
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine
Alright.
Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind
We're
am
further than we've been since the raid started. This is the one.
Erste Echelon zu mir.
Eindringlinge im
Nehmt euch die Kreuzer vor.
Vollkontrollzentrum.
Schaltet sie
Wir haben eine
nacheinander
Bombe.
aus. Zweite Echelon.
Wir aber helfen an den feindlichen Schiffe sind in der Nähe des Malta.
Sie die Bombe.
Zwei
Im Lauf.
Sturmträger.
Cortana, Ziele
Jetzt wird's
aussuchen
laut.
und Feuer frei.
Ich glaube es
Ja,
nicht, jetzt ziehen sie
genau.
zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
Seid draußen,
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Cortana,
Okay, almost died there.
den ersten Träger. Admiral, treffen Sie sich den
A
zweiten.
little bit risky.
Formiert euch, folgt mir.
Hey, stop. 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 No, they killed me midair. It's kind of fast enough. I think I can keep going. Let's see if I can get a good ending here. If I can hit this fly. Come on. Well, actually, I gotta restart. It's too slow. It's too slow. Dang, man.
Sie sagt,
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Trying to go fast here.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Alright, we're through again. Here we go. Redemption. Run number 3. Clearly the one. Chill. Chill.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
You get back here? No, you're just gonna kill me now that I've finally turned my back to you? Yeah, okay, buddy. Just runs around the big loop-de-loop. Comes back right when I'm gotta fight the other guys. Perfect timing. Back to the boxes. Back to the boxes we go.
Entertruppen unterwegs.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Boom. The children, they yearn for the boxes.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
That's what I tell people when they ask me what I do for a living.
Ich hab's schlimm erwischt.
It's easier than explaining what I actually do.
Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
You guys ever find it hard to explain what you do if you're a Twitch streamer?
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Let me in. Let me. Oh, that's not the right split.
Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Willkommen.
If you saw that UI, I am on the Xbox 360,
Enter-Truppen
not the Xbox One or the PC. This is the OG version of the game. This category is different than Master Chief Collection. This category is the 2004 version of the game. So that glitch I did where I just went through the wall right there, that doesn't work on the new version of the game. They're different. There's a whole bunch of different glitches that only work on each. Mostly MCC is faster because of glitches and version differences and timing differences, but ghosting is one of the few things that make this version faster. I prefer to play the old version because it's the version that I grew up playing, and I've been speedrunning longer than Master Chief Collection has been out, so it's got more history that I like to compete with. And also it doesn't get random updates. The old version just stays the same. Master Chief Collection sometimes get random updates, and then you have to like figure out if it's faster or slower, or which version's fastest or which version's slowest. I don't want to deal with any of that. I'm just gonna play my old version, have a good time. The better version. How are runs? I haven't had any runs yet. But we just started. Got a big old raid from Distortion, and we're just 20 minutes in on the stream. Just getting going. Feeling good though.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Is today the day that Zubert goes down? Come on, I can't get this box into position. Any differences between OG and 360? Not that I know of. Not that affect the speedrun, other than like the controller is different and the lag is very slightly different. So that the 360 is less laggy because it's more powerful slightly. But other than that, it's like I don't know of any glitches or version differences from OG to 360.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Let me in.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Come on, man.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
I'm gonna get out of this level. It's gonna happen.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Yeah, there's a few visual differences, but like other than graphics and lag, I don't think there's any gameplay differences that matter for the speedrun. Let me in this door.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Ghosting can be tedious sometimes, but once I'm out of this level, there's only one more ghost left in the run. So there's only 3 times through the entire run that you have to do it, so it's not that bad. But it does get tedious on these first 2. Level's hard, game's hard. This level's actually one of the hardest though. There's just a ton of sections where you have to fight a lot of enemies in small corridors. It's easy to die.
Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Oh, come on. Get in this door.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
You know what? 1 cent per bonk. Alright. We can calculate basically. It's like at 8 minimum, I started the stream at like 28, 850. You can like check the VOD or whatever, somewhere around there. I don't know if you have it in you to actually donate that many, because half of the time it's like 8, or more than that, half the time it's like 18. I'm probably getting here more than half the time. No, that's a lot of pennies.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
I'll get a run though. Don't you guys worry.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Actually, I really need to finish my noodles. I was eating my noodles right before I got raided, and I turned on my webcam and I didn't finish them. Finish my noodles.
Keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Alright, the noodles can wait. Speedrun in time. No! Alright, I'm gonna munch on some food for just a second here. I'm gonna leave you guys with the cutscene and then I'll get back to speedrunning. I don't want them to get all gross.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras. Und Sie sagten, Sie würden sich was Nettes anziehen. Die Leute brauchen Helden, Chief. Gib ihnen Hoffnung. Also lächeln, okay? Solange wir noch was zum Lachen haben.
Das ist ja ein richtiger Auflauf.
Wenn Sie mich auf Knien sehen wollen, muss ich Sie enttäuschen.
Sind Sie sicher?
Meine Herren, wie schön, dass Sie zurück sind. Sprechen Sie, Cortana.
Es rührt sich was, Sir, nahe Io. Untersuchungen laufen schon.
Tut mir leid, aber wir müssen hier Druck machen.
Sieht gut aus.
Danke.
Vielen Dank.
Sergeant Major, das Kreuz der Kolonien wird für großen Wagemut und Hingabe verliehen. An einen Soldaten des United Earth Space Corps.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Alright, noodles successfully scarfed. Let the speedrunning commence.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Come on. Okay, the noodles have successfully been scarfed. It is now speedrunning time.
An alle, besetzt besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Losing it. Every time this box doesn't land in position, it hurts my soul. Just chips a little bit off. Little nick every time. Just taking a chip off the old block. One day I'm gonna go insane. I'm gonna lose my dang marbles.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Ich folge ihm! Das wird schon wieder.
This Marine is not helping. You see him stand in the way and then run away? Dingus. Alright, we're in. We got another run. A little slow. But it's the Marine's fault. Literally blocked the bot. Soon. Not everybody should be right.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Okay. Not too bad.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche?
We're zooming, we're flying.
Na los, Chief, hier lang!
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Mann, wir sind am Ball.
Step defend. Defend, when are you gonna do a legendary run?
Ich glaube es nicht. Die ziehen sich zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor. Formiert euch, folgt mir.
Hey, das ist übel. Wirklich übel.
Oh, come on. Not again, man. Same thing as last run that made it here. I get bonked out of the way by these dudes. Get out of the way, assholes. Oh, it's so slow. I don't want to restart. That sword flight's harder than the others because I have to pick up this plasma pistol in the middle of the air. I throw it out in front of me and then I pick it up. And you also can't bonk those jetpack dudes while midair, or it'll make the whole thing not work. Alright, whatever. It's slightly red, but it doesn't have to be green. I wish it were.
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
Get it back on Metro. We can hope. I just hope for one that makes it out of Arbiter. I don't really care how fast Metro is, just get me out of Arbiter. Hate that level. Hold on, I'm hearing something. What am I hearing in the hole? What am I hearing? Alright, sorry. I'm back. Alright, we're back to the start. Sorry. I don't think it was 4 months, Captain Planet, but yeah, there was a leak in French. I think it was like 1 month that it leaked early or something, but yeah, that was real. The game wasn't finished 4 months early.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras. Und Sie sagten, Sie würden sich was Nettes anziehen. Die Leute brauchen Helden, Chief. Gibt ihnen Hoffnung. Also lächeln, okay? Solange wir noch was zum Lachen haben.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Dies ist keine Übung.
Come again.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
this trick, don't you guys? This is my favorite trick. My noodles will give me energy. It's so slow.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Alright, well now that I have an audience larger than normal, I have to call to action. Any of you guys have a 360 and Halo 2, get it out and help me solve the mysteries of this glitch. So we don't know 100% why or how it works. But if we crowdsource it to 500 random new people, surely we can get to the bottom of it.
Chief, könnten Sie alle diese Dinge töten? Das wäre einfach fantastisch.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
This really is one of the mysterious glitches left in the run. Like, yeah, you see me recreate it right there, but we don't really know why it works in terms of, like, why does it take how many bumps it takes. We know it takes 8 bumps to get through, but sometimes you can get through in 7. Like, very, very rarely. So it takes between 7 and 8. But if you do 9, it works. If you do 10, it works. If you do 11, it works. It's all fine. But some of them aren't like that. Some of them, it takes a very specific amount where you have to do 10 or 11 or it won't work at all. If you do 9, it won't. If you do 12, it won't. So then, like, what's up with that? Like, I don't know, it feels like the glitch makes sense at its surface, like you're bumping into a box which messes with your hitbox. We mostly understand that concept of it, but in terms of like how and why, we really do not get it.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
The world record tonight? I'm trying, man, I'm trying. Every night.
Hey, ich bin's. Da kommen sie. Den krieg ich.
Me in. Yeah, but even if you do that, Max G, and you use the mod tools, there are mod tools that allows you to visualize the hitbox, and those don't help us even in the slightest. Nothing gets changed. Like when we use those tools to, like, there's like a pillbox that, like, there's like a cylinder that goes around you, and then you can also see like the little, like, with the tools you can see all of that stuff, and like even then when you do this glitch, we gain no information. That none of that moves, none of that changes, none of that. Like, there's no information there. We don't know what it is. It doesn't make any sense. We don't know how to visualize the bumps at all. We have nothing to indicate bumps.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Kugelwesten schließen. Bitte, steht mir was gegen die Schmerzen.
Come on, man. I'm losing my cool.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Yeah, but even then, why does like 4 never work? Why does 8 work and 4 never work? Like, what's the difference? What are we offsetting? We just don't know. We don't know what that value is.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs. Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
There aren't really great resources, unfortunately. It's mostly speedrunning videos. If you look for tutorials of these glitches, you can find tutorials of them, but not really explanations for them, just how to recreate them. We don't have really any explanations of, unfortunately.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Oh, come on.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
I hate this game.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Why does this box just hate me, man?
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
Can't get through. There's an Xbox decomp for CE started.
Entertruppen unterwegs.
And can we get the one for 2? I know, wasn't it Corner Studios or somebody was working on one like 20 years ago, and you can find some of that like reverse engineered stuff, a bunch of the data structures and stuff. I don't know about any of the modern research being done.
Mann, wie konntet ihr Clowns überhaupt die Welle finden? Oh Mann, das ist noch mehr.
Das ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Yo, Hidden Raider, thank you. Right.
Türen dicht machen.
You die. Not me died. Them died. You died, dude. I can't hit him in the head, man.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
So you can be free of MCC. Yeah. I mean, the problem is population is always the worst. So even if like a perfect alternative comes around, convincing everyone to go do it is the hard part. So then it'll never be a perfect alternative because it doesn't have enough people. El Dorito? Yeah, El Dorito was kind of cool.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
You're talking about hopefully getting like the actual Halo 3 back, kind of like Insignia, right? Like with file share, with custom games and all that goodness. Everything on PC.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Sure about file share. Dang. I was thinking, like, you know how they have clans in Halo 2? I was talking like the whole UI, like Insignia did it. That'd be cool if we got that. Bring that back. But okay, so yeah, you're saying the actual authentic experience. Yeah, I wish the emulators were better. Okay, we're in. Got another one. Yeah, Halo 1 runs pretty good on the Xbox One emulator, or Xbox original emulator. Halo 2 not so good, but still kind of cool. No way did that kill me. I felt like I was so far off that. It went behind me. I think it went in front of me.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
I saw the nade, I just didn't think it was gonna kill me.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Ich sehe so, welches am sehr gut schief.
Alright, we got another one. It's this one for sure.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Just drop throwing grenades at me. No! And they're supposed to be distracted by the Marines.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Can't get a run going. It's the curse of the raid. You get a raid of a bunch of viewers and then you get stuck in the first level. Classic. But this one, for the Distortion viewers.
Wir sind in Schwierigkeiten. Was habe ich ihm denn getan?
Any Muck Runner fans in the chat? That's a classic.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
That's gotta be Distortion's greatest content of all time. Muck Runner. Most skilled speedrun. High octane gameplay.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Alright, another one. Another one.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Stop throwing shit at me. Why are you guys already spawned? There's still so much alive. Ugh. I'm losing it, man. They're just barely killing me. From these, like, sliver angles with one bullet. They're so rude.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Okay, we're getting kind of consistent. Can we get this room consistent? Nope. We're melted. Wait. There's a chance? Will you die?
Hochführen dich mal. Waffenschränke öffnen.
Okay, pretty good.
Verlassen die
We're
Athen.
here, we're live, we're gaming. Here comes the world record.
Lagebericht.
Right here,
Explosion kam aus
right
dem
now.
Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
No. Why was that camel guy looking at me, man?
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
He wasn't supposed to be there. I believed in myself for about 5 seconds. All over. What I get.
Ich habe schlechte. Hey.
Oh, come on. That one should have worked.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Yo, what up, Vinny?
Granate! Vorsicht!
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Überraschung, Überraschung!
Thank you for the back-to-back. Appreciate it.
Da kommen sie!
Hochtüren dicht machen.
Oh, now there be one shot. I swear I knew combo.
Waffenschränke öffnen.
Now it's close to bounce off. I hate this game. It's so scary, man. Wish the things would have died. It's just too slow. It's too slow. I can't be taking slower than 2 minutes on that room. My best ever is a 127. I'm not taking what was gonna be like a 202 right there. That's absurd.
Alarm.
Losing like 35 seconds on one spot. No thank you.
Alarm. Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Can't do that. And I don't need them all to be fast, but I do want them to be under. They have to be under 2 minutes. I can't be that slow.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Vorwärts und nach, Männer!
Here we go.
Dies ist keine Übung.
Another good one.
Wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Gotta believe in them. Please die.
Ich sehe zorbisches Erwischung, Krieg!
Hochtüren dicht machen.
Oh. Yeah, I should have just played safer. Can't believe I got melted that fast.
Alarm. Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Come on, man. I want to get a good run.
An alle, besetzt die
I can do this. Wish it wasn't so hard, but I can do it. I really want to get at least one more PB.
Hey Mann, falls ich getroffen werde, spar nicht mit Medikamenten. Dämlack.
Dies ist keine Übung. Alarm. Enter-Truppen unterwegs. Kampfstationen.
So glauben, dass ich mich freiwillig... Vorsicht!
Let me in this stupid wall.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Ich sehe zu, ob ich es raustreiben kann. Hey!
So.
Würden Sie sich vor mich stellen? Das könnte klappen.
That was definitely meant to be a plot.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Hochtüren dicht machen.
This guy should be weak, right? Oh, me too. Man, you die so fast in this game. Why can't I get a run going?
Entertruppen unterwegs.
Come on, chat. Focus up. Lock in. Aren't you guys locked in?
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
No, you. No, you shut your mouth. It's clearly an issue of you not lending me enough energy. I'm trying to do the spirit bomb of speedruns over here. You guys are twiddling your thumb, hogging all your positive energy.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Hochtüren dicht machen.
How are you there? I thought I killed you.
Leg dich mit mir an!
Okay, that wasn't too bad.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
You know what? Short guy behind me. He's like right behind me when I was doing that. It's funny.
Na los,
How did they melt me so fast? Dude, what? Why, they weren't even shooting at me. They were shooting at my teammates.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
I turned that corner and I was instantly one shot.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
That's the fun part. Scrumjack, we don't know.
Blöder Außerirdischer! Der Feind ist im Anmarsch! Ja, also, wenn ich schieße.
Keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Hochtüren dicht machen.
Supposed to be weaker. One of you guys is weak. Guess it wasn't that one.
Alarm.
Somebody just yelled at the top of their lungs in my hallway. Not sure what that's about. Shouted somebody's name or something.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Nick, I think she's shouting. Oh, that's what she's shouting.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
What should you get from Taco Bell? Any of them, if they have a Bible, get the Lord. So if they will save you in the name of Jesus Christ, they will give you the greatest gift of all, which is salvation in the name of Him. He that is all that is holy.
Keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Or Crunchtrap Supreme. Yeah, one of the two.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
You want to try a Baja Blast? Baja Blast is worth trying if you've never had it. I'm not really much of a soda drinker, but Baja Blast is good.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Ave Maria! Hey! Gut, ich treibe es raus. Mann, wie konntet ihr Clowns überhaupt die Erde finden? Ihr seht das doch.
So you shut your mouth. You don't know the first thing about walking back and forth into boxes.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Vorsicht!
If you mean getting into the boss fight early, even if you get in there, which is possible, nothing happens. You have to do the whole sequence of the level.
Ich hab noch einen Feindkontakt. Hallo, willkommen zur Show.
Nothing happens until the scarab blows up that door.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
There's a few like required triggers. The first main one is like that door where the wraiths are. You have to go through there, and then there's another one like in the hallways at the bridge where the jackal snipers are. Then there's another one where the platform is before the cutscene. Then you gotta activate the cutscene. Then you gotta activate the scarab to blow up the final doors.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
So you have to take the ghost as a vehicle, and you have to drive through most of the level, or swordfly. The only really major candidates for ghosting left in the game are more Arbiter ghosts. You could maybe go through another floor. Oracle, you could skip the elevator or the starting area maybe. There is one on Oracle that we don't do in the full game runs already as well. And then, other than that, Gravemind maybe, but it'd be pretty hard. Did not mean to fall down here. Everything worked out just fine. Hello. Okay, now everything worked out fine.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Immer los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Oh, come on, man. Why am I so one-shot?
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
I just want to fly. Keep making me die. Guess I'm just not that guy.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
He's not him. All this time I thought I was him. Turns out I'm not.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Und? Was soll daran genau sein? Ich sehe komische Vermischung.
Ooh, you almost got me. Wait, is there still a lead over here? Okay, whatever. I thought it was really fast. Now it's just average.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
How much is a copy of Halo 2? They're pretty cheap. You can get them for like 15 to 20 bucks online. If you go to like a used game store, like a retro game store, you can find them even cheaper. The cheapest I've ever seen them is like $5 in person. They're pretty cheap. I bought a Halo 1 copy for $5 one time as well.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Bad.
Sir, Eindringlinge im Feuerkontrollzentrum. Die haben eine Bombe.
Ist sie zu entschärfen?
Die Malta, die einzigen.
Erste Echelon zu mir. Nehmt euch die Kreuzer vor. Schaltet sie nacheinander aus.
Although Halo 2 is a popular game, so you might think a lot of people want to buy it, it's super popular, so they made like a bajillion copies. So it's really easy to find.
Die Träger brechen durch.
Hate this game.
Alarm. Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
I haven't been stuck here that long. It's not too bad. We got one round outskirts a bit ago. We'll get out of this level. It'll happen. It will happen.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole.
Surprised that one worked, but it's fast. Please stop. No way. He's shot by a different dude.
Alarm. Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
It does have a little bit of a collector's market though. But even still, those are like the sealed copies.
An alle. Besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Yeah, it's just not working today, the Twitch chat, YouTube chat thing. It'll be back.
Erledigt, das war's.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole. Das ist keine Übung.
I could have sworn I already killed that blue elite man. I thought they were all dead.
Alarm. Enter-Truppen unterwegs. An alle. Besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Eventually I will get a time I'm happy with in this game. It will be done.
Alarm. Enter-Truppen unterwegs. wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Alright, I'm feeling this one. Okay, not bad. Now the run's been nothing great so far, but now that you're here, it's gonna be the one.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das überhaupt noch eine Taschenlampe?
Okay, maybe not if I can't aim for my sword flies. Let me live. No, man.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. Besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Kann sich das mal einer an.
Sir, ich könnte wirklich Ihre Hilfe brauchen.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
That was a practice run for this run.
Entertruppen unterwegs.
Eventually, I'll get bumps, man. Eventually.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
I'm struggling to get out of Cairo. I don't know. I've made some. I haven't been stuck at like one spot really. I've got a bunch to Hangar 2. I've got a bunch to second half. Keep dying like everywhere.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Call the door names like Bozo or Hooligan. Alright, Bozo, you're gonna let me on through. Don't want any trouble, Bozo. Being a rascal. A dang hooligan out here. Disrupting the flow of the fun of this proprietary establishment.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Seht zu, ob ich es raustreiben kann.
Mr. Krabs is in there. Standing at the concessions. Plotting his oppressions. Krusty Krab Fun Fair. I want to go.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Ich kann's nicht entdecken.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
dismantle this oppressive establishment board by board. We're going on strike. We're going on strike.
Ich habe Ihnen einen Sitz reserviert, Chief.
Come on, man.
Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Dummfacke.
Hochtüren dicht machen. Waffenschränke öffnen.
It's okay, buddy.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los hier. Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Why did I do that? Dead. And survived.
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die
Still living.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am.
It's not very fast, but whatever. Risky. Alright.
Sir, ein
Erste Echelon zu mir. Nehmt euch die Kreuzer vor. Schaltet sie nacheinander auf. Zweite Echelon,
muss mir aber helfen,
die
an
Träger.
unsere Kapsel heranzufahren. Ihre Schiffe sind in
Finden Sie die
Zone
Bombe.
13,
Im Lauf.
2 Sturmträger.
Cortana, Ziele aussuchen
Jetzt
und
jetzt
Feuer
los.
Nicht, die ziehen sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
Die Träger brechen durch,
I can
Sir.
live.
Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf
Okay.
den ersten Träger.
Turns out that wasn't just a
Knöpfen
myth.
Sie sich den zweiten vor.
So it could live.
Ihr drei, folgt mir.
Der erste Träger ignoriert uns völlig, Sir.
Well, I don't have a plasma pistol. We're in danger.
Übrigens, die Bombe wird von einem ganzen Haufen Eliten bewacht. Sie werden sich
Gotta
etwas
have
ausdenken müssen.
plasma pistol to clear the final room. Wasn't there a weapon here? Whatever. Alright. Wasn't a very good clear, but it was hard to kill the sword guy without a weapon. Did I have a plasma grenade? I don't think I did. I used them all.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
I might have picked one up, but I'm pretty sure I threw them all. It's hard to clear that room without a plasma pistol. That was a good effort. Why do that's the same exact way I lost the last run that made it here, man. Like an hour ago. Oh my goodness. I love getting punched in the head by that asshole. Alright, we go again. Fucking hell.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras. Und Sie sagten, Sie würden sich was Nettes anziehen. Die Leute brauchen Helden, Chief. Gebt ihnen Hoffnung. Also lächeln, okay? Solange wir noch was zum Lachen haben.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Als ich vom Schmerzen sprach, sagte wir sind in Schwierigkeiten.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Let me in.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist
Alright.
keine Übung.
I got faith in this one. We're at least getting to Arbiter. I believe.
Das erledigt, das war's. Verfluchter Idiot!
Du kannst nicht auf jeden Fall.
You're not weak.
Waffenschränke öffnen.
Uh-oh.
Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Yeah, it's just not working right now, Leggett. Oh my god, I didn't see him for like half a second. He comes and punches me in the head.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
The moving part is the random cycle check. Like if you could count frame perfectly from the start of the mission and know which frame you were on, you could do it more consistently. But because we don't know which frame we're on when we clip through the floor, it's random when it kills you or not.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Okay, this is the one.
Dummer kleiner Zwerg!
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Das ist ernst, Mann!
I have no way he dodged.
Das sind noch mehr! Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen!
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als
Let me live.
Keine Sorge mehr.
Please don't kill me immediately right here. Don't spot me, don't spot me. Thank you. Alright, this is pretty fast.
Erste Echelon zu mir. Nehmt euch die Kreuzer vor. Schaltet sie nacheinander aus. Zweite Echelon, kümmert euch um die Träger.
Feindliche Schiffe sind in der
Festen Sie die Bombe.
Sturmträger.
Cortana, Ziele aussuchen und Feuer frei.
Ich glaube es nicht. Die ziehen sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
Holy melt, dude. Why are they all on that side? Ugh, I don't want to restart. That was fast.
Cortana, Ziele aussuchen und Feuer frei.
Ich glaube es nicht. Die ziehen sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
Okay, okay. That was a really good one, too.
Alarm. Entertruppen unterwegs.
We go again. Yeah, that's a difficult section. I could slow down and kill everything there and lose a bunch of time, but it's really not worth it. It's the first mission. I don't know. I know I'm spending a lot of time here, but I need to get a good time at the start if I want to get a good time overall. This is one of the hardest missions in the game, but it's also one of the missions with the most time save. Because it has so much time save, it's worth grinding it out. It's at the very start, it has a ton of time save, and it's like time save that you can grind out. So, I don't know, I do. There aren't many places left in the run that I can like actually be ahead of record on. This is one of the places I kind of need to be. The record's really good. It does have mistakes. Like Regret has like 45 to a minute of time save. But other than like that, and even like that's just the difference between like full YOLO and not, and like one death and not. But like in general, the record's really good. Are you completely full health?
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
It's crazy how hard this game is, actually.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
And it's like random, but like just random enough that you can react to most of the things it throws at you. So it's super skill based. But like the amount of like leeway it gives you for how quick you gotta react to some of this shit is crazy. I've ever had a flawless gravemind in a run. I mean, depends on what you mean by flawless, not completely flawless. My best is like an 804, which is deathless, and it's pretty fast, but it can always go faster. 802 maybe? I think it's an 802 actually. Somewhere around there.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
No, flawless is unattainable.
wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Always something that can go faster.
Waffenschränke öffnen.
Good recovery.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Yeah, anything like sub 830 is good enough for record. Even technically, like sub 9 is world record capable. I've been over a minute ahead going into Gravemind, and there's also time to save after Gravemind. So I don't need an absolutely perfect Gravemind to get world record. It would be nice to get a good one, but definitely does not have to be perfect. No way. No way.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
But yeah, if I get like an absolutely flawless run, I can be, well, even with flaws, but like a run with no deaths and no like minor mistakes, then I can be almost 2 minutes green going into a Gravemind. That's like the God run. That would give me leeway to twiddle my thumbs and casually stroll through the level and then maybe still world record. So, I don't know, maybe eventually we'll get one of those runs. It requires hitting everything pretty much though. But it's within my, like, it requires me hitting everything that I am going for. So like it is within my skill set and I have hit everything on the route before. It's possible. Even if I hit most of those things, it can be very green on the way in. We're gonna get that green right here.
Was bin ich froh, das Geschütz ist hin. Ich sehe zu, welches erwischt.
Keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
No, stop shooting at me. Overheat or die or go away.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Yeah, this is very hard. It's supposed to be hard, Swifty. It's not an accident. Legendary is, like, very hard on purpose. There was no mistake.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
People complained Halo 1 Legendary wasn't hard enough, so they made Halo 2 Legendary. And we got a good game out of it. Huzzah.
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Da kommen sie!
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
I did not stick. Someone's gonna get hurt if you keep throwing shit around like that. Please. Ugh. Eventually we'll get out of this start. Eventually.
Verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Was ist los hier? Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Okay, not bad.
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast
Good.
an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
Bad spawn here.
Sir, Eindringlinge im Feuerkontrollzentrum. Die haben eine Bombe.
Ist sie zu entschärfen?
Ja, der Chief muss mir aber helfen, an die Zugkapsel heranzukommen.
Chief, finden Sie die Bombe. Im Lauf. Cortana, Ziele aussuchen und Feuer frei.
That guy was inside of me.
Alarm. Enter Truppen.
That was interesting. I have expected that to count as a back smack. That was a bad spawn in the jetpack area. Not surprised.
Die Kampfstationen.
Spawn sucks.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Been getting pretty good at that ghost though.
Hochtüren dicht machen. Waffenschränke öffnen.
Will you die? That was gonna be insanely fast. That was actually gonna be one of my fastest clears ever. If that guy just decided to die.
Enter Truppen.
I thought he died twice, and he didn't die either time. That was like actually gonna be one of my fastest ever.
Alarm. Enter Truppen unterwegs.
Yeah. I want that one back.
Alarm. Enter Truppen unterwegs.
Would I ever go to a bar trivia night with my friend? I've done it before, yes. I tend to be pretty good at trivia. I like trivia.
Besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Thought about trying out for Jeopardy someday, but I've heard you can only try out once, so I should really like practice up on like my sports trivia and like just review everything there is to know before I try out if I do. Like, I know a lot of sports trivia, but there's some, I don't know a lot of hockey. Like, I don't really care about hockey, and I know they like to ask hockey on Jeopardy. Not a huge into baseball. I think they ask baseball. I'd probably get football and basketball just fine. Soccer mostly. Olympic sports mostly. I'd do okay at. Music I do pretty good at, even pop music. I especially do good at lyrics more than song names and titles. Why is this box not operating?
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
I don't know, I have a really good memory, so if I review a subject, I can remember it for quite a long time. I've been catching up on my sci-fi nerd culture recently too. Over the pandemic, I watched all of Star Trek. And I just recently started watching Doctor Who. I feel like those are sci-fi shows that I need to at least be partially aware of in the real world. I don't know, it feels like those are some of the most referenced sci-fi media is Doctor Who and Star Trek. They're just super long-lasting franchises. Seems worth a watch.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
I don't know how to read. I think I just got to the David Tennant episodes. I just finished season 1. They're almost done with it at least. From 2005, so I think they said he's number 9.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
It's kind of interesting the way Doctor Who does it. If you guys haven't seen it, basically there's like, the show originally started in the 60s, and it went on for like 15 seasons. But every couple years they would change who the Doctor was. And it was written into the story where he did like a thing called regeneration, and he would die and become a new actor. And so they rebooted the series from the 60s in 2005. And so now they're like 20 seasons more plus the 60s. So really there's like 800 total episodes of Doctor Who. And there's been like 15 different Doctors. And each one's like the main character, and they go gallivanting around space. They have a little time machine, and they go and get into trouble, and they try to save the planet. But it's a kind of cool premise that they just like, each time the main character dies, they just replace him with a new one.
sagten doch...
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
It's probably fewer lost episodes than you think now, Cole. There are still lost episodes, but they've recovered almost all of them, and the ones that are lost have at least like storyboards or like audio recordings for some. They have a lot of like mostly restored ones of the ones that are even lost. But yeah, it's crazy. There's some episodes of the show that don't exist. It was the TV show's been running for so long, since the 1960s. There's some episodes that literally do not exist. Nobody knows where they're at. The people who created the show don't know. Fans don't know. Nobody has a recording of it literally anywhere. If they do, it's unknown to the public. But every once in a while, some random grandma will have like her trove of like VHS tapes unearthed, and then grandma will have like an episode of Doctor Who that no one's ever seen before. Or not since it aired.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Sind ja überall! Blöder Außer...
Hochtüren dicht machen. Waffenschränke öffnen.
Der Dämon ist hier.
Okay, not bad.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los hier! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taxi?
Oh wow.
Na los, Chief, hier lang!
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am
You hope
Bord.
I'm enjoying it. Yeah, it's been pretty good so far. It's a little cheesy, it's a little dumb, but overall it's been good.
Sir, Eindringlinge im Feuerkontrollzentrum, die haben eine Bombe.
Ist sie zu entschärfen?
Ja, der Chief muss mir aber helfen an die Zündkapsel.
Let me in the doorway, man. I'm crossing the threshold.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle.
But yeah, I just made it to the Christmas special at the end of season 1, so I'm basically done with season 1. Done with the first Doctor, I'm on to the next one.
Los jetzt! Das ist unsere Chance! Granaten kann verletzen, Chief. Ich sehe zu, ob ich das erwische, okay? Ich habe einen blutrünstigen Cyborg. Und was hast du
Dies
zu...
ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole. ist keine Übung.
Had to take a phone call, you lost kind of bonks. Oh yeah, dude, this is a terrible stream for you, man. Thank you. I appreciate the 20 bucks. I forgot about that little bet. Considering I've only made it out of Cairo twice in 2 hours, this was not the best day for that bet. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Yeah, the chatbot's broken right now. I have to restart my computer to get it to work, and I don't feel like doing that right now.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Ain't no way. Ain't no. He got shot. How did he even survive the sword? He got shot by his teammate's plasma pistol there. Sword should have killed.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Dies ist keine Übung.
I'm getting pretty consistent ghosts.
Keine Übung.
Everything else that's been inconsistent. Getting absolutely deleted off the map. I don't know. Maybe I need caffeine or something to get this day going.
Besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Need something to eat better than noodles.
Blödmann. Hey, ich hab nur ein Paar zum Wechseln.
I can do this.
Unterwegs.
World record attempt at a store run. I don't think the weather's right for a world record attempt. Sun's not out. I feel like you gotta have
Unterwegs.
clear roads, sunny day. Green lights.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Nobody knows what a knot is. 15 knot winds. Yeah, okay. Whatever the hell that means. Yeah, arg. Batten down the hatches. We've got 50 knot winds. Shiver me timbers.
Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle,
Man thinks knots is a measurement of wind.
Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
50 knots is 57 miles per hour according to Google. How many is that in bow ties?
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Oh, come on. Does it mean to offend me with knots? Oh, I'm offended by them, dang it.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Yo. Gifted, thank you. See, he's a loyal viewer. Oh, you're right, okay. He subbed.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
I really want to work on a new glitch. I feel like there's something lurking in the back of my mind, but I still don't have it yet. I feel like there's got to be some interesting glitch I want to do.
Entertruppen unterwegs. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
I gotta get a run going soon. I'm losing my noodle. Surely we'll get one soon.
Das ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Okay, somehow it worked. Take it. Okay.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Don't call me Shirley. I should rewatch Airplane. I've been catching up on classic sci-fi. I feel like I need to catch up on classic comedy as well. I feel like I've seen a lot of those old staples, but I haven't seen them recently. Don't kill me.
Danke, Chief. Ich schulde Ihnen was.
Hey, kann das sein? Hat die Malta
Anzugänge im Feuerkontrollzentrum. Die haben eine
nacheinander aus.
Der Chief muss mir aber helfen an den Zündkapseln. Feindliche Schiffe sind in der Todeszone.
Sie die Bombe. Ich glaube es nicht, ziehen Sie zurück. Wir haben Ziele aussuchen und Feuer frei. Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor. Formiert euch, folgt mir.
Das ist übel. Wirklich übel.
This is pretty fast. Alright, we're getting another one out of Cairo. Here we go. Got a plasma pistol. We got time on our side. We're clearing this room. Bip bop boop. We're good there. See? We're out of there. Bip bop boop, just like I
Die
said.
Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Remember when I said it?
Schüttelt es
There
ab,
it is.
Marines.
There's the bip bop boop.
Absturzstelle räumen. Los, los, los!
Have I seen Naked Gun? Yeah, but not for a long time. That's another one I was thinking I need to rewatch.
Sergeant, ich brauche Sie auf dem Vogel.
Ma'am?
Meine Pelicans bringen Rüstung und
Okay.
Verstärkung.
This is a new PB since we got raided like 2 hours ago.
Tauglichen Geleitschutz.
Pretty sure. No, how did I bonk there? That's gonna be really fast too.
Die meisten Allianztruppen sind direkt unter dem Träger. Die wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen. Diese Brücke ist der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
No way. Good thing my checkpoint's
Sind direkt
closed.
unter dem Träger.
This guy not boost hit
Nicht,
me.
dass sie an Bord kommen.
Why did he boost hit me like that?
Der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
Ugh. It's time loss, but it's not reset time loss. It's fine.
Chief, vom Träger sind gerade jede Menge Kapseln gestartet. Die nehmen Kurs auf uns.
Dieser Tunnel führt zur Brücke. Überall Ratten. Trotzdem besser als Schwimmen. Ich habe die Kampfgespräche der Allianz analysiert. Die sind überrascht. Verwirrt. Die haben uns hier wohl nicht erwartet. Keine Menschen. Nicht auf der Erde. Verrückt. Ich weiß. Das erklärt aber, warum die mit so einer kleinen Flotte kommen.
Okay, wir haben noch ein Stück. Das ist ernst, Mann.
No, I just want to go fast. I really don't want to restart. It's gonna be really red. The Cairo was pretty good. I might need to make a store run. I'm not feeling super alert. I might need to grab some caffeine. Maybe grab a granola bar. Yeah, subcast to the tier 1. Thank you. I think I will at the end. Once this run dies, I'm gonna run to the store. We'll do a store run. I'll come back. We'll do some more runs. What's my store run PB? I think 12 minutes, like 12 minutes exactly is store run PB. Somewhere around there. If I was feeling really brave, I could do like illegal parking skip. Try to go faster, but those are risky strats.
Ärger, Bruder.
Yo, Aaron, thank you. I think the most dangerous skip of all is cashier skip. You just walk in and walk out. That one tends to get you in a little bit of trouble, though.
Nette Begrüßung.
But you grow a beard and shave it off. One time I accidentally ended up ghosting into the back rooms where they store all the, like, boxes and stuff. I don't know, I was lost in the back of this convenience store. Had to reset that run.
Sind ein paar Marines eingeschlossen, Chief. Konzentriert euch auf die Rays. Die sind am gefährlichsten.
Come on, Warthog, help me out here. I don't know if it's fast enough. I don't think it is. It's 45. Maybe up there by 7. Okay, no, that's it. You think this is early cycle? Should be. I don't think it's a gold early cycle because the driving wasn't great, but I think that's early cycle. We'll see. This will be green if it is. The enemy of fear and doubt in your mind, man. Is that gold? Yo, we got a gold metro.
Wir sind der Arm der Prophetengebiete und Sie sind das Schwert. Seid still und flink, dann schlagen wir diese Ketzerei ohne weiteres nieder. Der Sturm hat unseren Anflug getarnt. Ihr lokales Gefechtsnetz müsste auch durcheinander sein. Das Überraschungsmoment ist auf unserer Seite. Vorerst. Hört mal.
That's so bad, man. Can't believe it. My gold metro, dead before it even started. Ugh. It's like 45 seconds down the drain.
Dann schlagen wir diese Ketzerei ohne weiteres nieder. Der Sturm hat unseren Anflug getarnt. Ihr lokales Gefechtsnetz müsste auch durcheinander sein. Das Überraschungsmoment ist auf unserer Seite.
The end of the round before it even started. Feels bad. First try. If I get everything else first try, it's not technically dead. It was a big loss though. The gold split's the only thing keeping it alive. Cairo and Metro were both insane, and now Outskirts and Arbiter are gonna be terrible, and they're gonna average out to be average. Course. Always works on the slow ones. That's bad. Alright. Ugh. Do I run to the store right now? I think I do. But Summer Best is down to 116.01. Alright. Today I will leave you with the soothing outside noises of Foundation.
Slayer.
Go around side of the map real quick to give you guys relaxing tones. Where is it that I crouched? Right here. Hang out up here. Observing Foundation. Alright. Let me get my splits open. Alright. returned. I feel like we made good time. Got good elevator cycles. What we make? Oh, we got a huge PB. Look at that. Huge PB. Is that an unbeatable store run split? Can you believe it? You guys didn't think we'd get a PB today. Look at this. My insane pace. I had to pull out all the skips for this one. I got lucky elevator cycles. As I was coming in, somebody else had already called the elevator. Easy elevator skip. Right as I got in line to get my items, or to check out with my items, a line of like 4 people formed behind me. I barely made the cycle. One second later, we would have been on a late cycle. We would have been like 4 or 5 minutes behind. I'm eating a bag of chips right now. Give me a second. You know, this isn't just my PB for store run. This is 5 items or more category as well. We're decimating the competition here. What'd I get? I got a couple energy drinks, bag of chips, and a couple of granola bars. What kind of chips? You've probably never seen this flavor of chips. Or I guess it's regional. Pretty sure it's only in the US, but it's spicy sweet chili. It's the purple bag. I think it's purple. It's Doritos. Let me Google sweet chili heat. Yeah, this is different than sweet chili heat. It looks like sweet chili heat is a black bag. This one's purple. Doritos spicy sweet chili. What it's called. Pretty good. It's a little spicy, but it's good. They just have sugar listed as their ingredient on their list for this bag of chips. It says sugar. Corn, vegetable oil, soybean and or sunflower oil, and less than 2% of corn maltodextrin, sugar, salt, hydrolyzed corn protein, sodium diacetate, onion powder, monosodium glutamate, potassium salt, natural flavors, garlic powder, malic acid, yeast, extract, paprika extract, spices, disodium inosinate, I don't know, disodium, and it also stevia. It does also have stevia leaf extract. It has both sugar and stevia leaf. Stevia leaf extract is the very last ingredient though, and I'm pretty sure that means like from top to bottom it's the very last, like the least added component. I think they list it in order of like percentage. So the thing listed first is corn, which is the like 90% of the chip is corn, which makes sense. And then oil, and so like I think the very last ingredient is that leaf ingredient you're talking about. Alright, I'll get to doing runs in a second. I'm just enjoying my bag of chips, hanging out, getting some energy, getting ready for round 2 of this streaming. gotta try some Australian snacks. What are some Australian snacks? Marmite on toast. It's Vegemite pump. Well, I'm sorry. Tim Tams? I don't know what the fuck a Tim Tams is. Cheezels. The only Australian snack I'm familiar with is Hugh Jackman. Am I right, ladies? Ha 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 ha. Oh, that was a Tim Tam. Let me pull this. Okay, this just looks like poverty food. People don't eat this. Okay, these deli chips are just deli chips. There's no way these are any different than the deli chips I've had at the 5 million different delis I've been to. Oh, but they do have interesting flavors. Okay, maybe these deli chips are onto something. Hold on. These chips might be interesting. Honey soy chicken, hickory heat barbecue, fire roasted jalapeno, lime and cracked pepper, Thai chili and lime, sweet chili and sour cream. Sweet chili and sour cream. Wait a minute. What is that? I'm gonna need a review. What's up with sweet chili and sour cream? That's the one. Okay, I hope I put my batteries on the charger, because my batteries are dying. No, I didn't. Oh, I bungled it. Alright, how are these batteries looking? Okay, good enough. Alright, we're about ready to start running again. And yes, we can save these splits. Let's go. And how hype is it that we got a PB? Did you guys know that you can shoot through this wall? If people are inside of room 2 and you're outside, you can check. Like, you can check for spawns if you have rockets by just taking your reticle and just moving it like this. If it gets caught on them, it'll show auto aim and it'll turn red reticle, and you can actually shoot into the next room. So what you can do is, if you don't want to try to hit him with a rocket, you can move the reticle like this, and then once it hits him, you switch to battle rifle, and you can battle rifle through the wall and kill people. Did I miss any of the others? No. Okay, I looked up all the others. Okay, Cheezels look bad. Tim Tams look bad, but I'll get the chips look worth the try. Tim Tams are the best chocolate biscuit. Yeah, but chocolate biscuits are all shit. Like that's the candy people were eating like in the 1700s, guys. Like this is not good candy. This is like what you eat whenever you need to like store your biscuits for 500 years on the shelf. These are products of their time. These are products of hardship. These weren't invented out of luxury. These were invented out of hardship.
Das war's. Und jetzt nochmal auf das untere. Okay. Alles in Ordnung. Moment. Ich schalte jetzt die Inhibitoren ab. Bewegen Sie sich, um ein Gefühl dafür zu kriegen. Wenn Sie fertig sind, treffen Sie mich beim Zapper. Passen Sie gut auf, denn ich erkläre das nur einmal. Hier werden Ihre wiederaufladbaren Energieschilde getestet. Die Schilde Ihres neuen
How quickly we forget.
Sehr effizient. Bingo! Sehen Sie, die laden viel schneller wieder auf. Suchen Sie bei abfallender Schildenergiedeckung bis
I would probably welcome the bog roll. Probably has more moisture than those fucking Tim Tams. Look at them. I can just feel the fucking desert.
Sie dürfen gehen, mein Junge, aber nicht vergessen, immer schön langsam.
Keine Bange, ich halte ihm die Hand.
Also, Johnson, wollen Sie mir nicht endlich erzählen, wie Sie es heil nach Hause geschafft haben?
Sorry, Guns. Das ist streng geheim.
Dann eben nicht. Tja, die Justierung Ihres A2-Zielfernrohrs können Sie dann erstmal vergessen. Und den neuen...
Mann, der hat vielleicht eine Laune. Vielleicht hat ja Lord Hood vergessen, ihm eine Einladung zu schicken. Die Erde. Hab sie seit Jahren nicht gesehen. Bei meiner Grundausbildung war das orbitale Verteidigungsnetz noch reine Theorie. Und jetzt das. Kairo ist nur eine von 300 geostationären Plattformen. Dieses MAB-Geschütz durchschlägt Schlachtschiffe der Allianz wie Butter. Wenn die Athen und die Malta koordiniert feuern, kommt nichts heil an diesem Kampfverband vorbei.
He's losing his mind. You think? I think I'm finally seeing clear for the first time.
Morgen treffen Schiffe ein. Man erfährt wenig, aber das wird bestimmt eine große Sache.
I can see clearly now the rain is gone. I can see all obstacles in my way. That marathon man.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Alright, second try's good. It's an armory run, we're gonna keep it. Try doing a reset until I die, which might be right now.
Das war meiner.
Hochtüren dicht machen.
Right under that guy's tiny little shriveled elite limp dick. No way. You wonder how many glitches are in reality? I know, sometimes the more you learn about science, the more you realize video game glitches and science are the same thing. Like, Wi-Fi? It's just exploiting the electromagnetic spectrum, man. Stop shooting at me. I want to go fast.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
Can anybody use their cheat code hacks to make these guys on easy mode? But don't make it too obvious. No, but sometimes the camera will swing around mid-death. If you're paused, like the camera will keep moving. What's up, Svo? You just missed it. We got a PB on a store run. We made it to the store and back in 10 minutes. New PB. I've never seen an 11 minutes, and I never will. We skipped the 11.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
You're wondering why I don't go to the store before starting stream? I could. But then that wouldn't give me an excuse to take like a 15-minute break in the middle of my stream. And also, I don't go every stream. It's only when I feel like it. So I don't necessarily know it's going to be a store run day kind of day until it's time for the store run.
verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche?
Ain't no way he didn't enrage. Why did he not enrage? It's so fast, it's fine. No. Ooh, I'm alive. I might die instantly right here though. Sometimes if these guys instant see me because my health is so low. Oh. Yeah. Ugh. They didn't instant see me, but they did still kill me fast. Speedrunning to the store is a good bit. Honestly, it's one of my more funny creations. I've created a lot of original bits on this stream, and I think that I'm a genius every single time. Running splits while you go to the store is hilarious. It's like just an objectively hilarious thing. Have you ever witnessed this on any other stream? It's just funny. I don't know. I can't explain highbrow comedy to everybody. It's just either you get it or you don't. You haven't studied the ha, the guffaw, and the ah.
Nicht schießen! Lass mich das machen, Kamerad!
Keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
No way to just blow my grenade out of my hand. That's so lame. So fast before that too. Did the Marines kill that Ultra? No way. It's fine.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Ain't no well beat 1016. There's a couple skips I could still get, but honestly I got really lucky. I got good traffic light cycles, I got good elevator cycles. But I could buy slightly fewer items. I could be more ready to get out the door. See, I wasn't wearing pants. I had to put on pants and shoes, and I had to find my keys. There's a chance that I'm already wearing pants and just ready to walk out the door. That's a few seconds. I could park in a more illegal spot and get in and out faster, but I'd choose not to. But if I wanted to get risky, I could do illegal parking skip. And if I really, really wanted to risk it, I could do cashier skip. Is cashier skip robbing them? No, robbing implies use of force or a weapon. I am simply shoplifting, borrowing. I got caught shoplifting once when I was like maybe 11 or 12. I can't remember exactly how old I was. But it was because of my older brother. We got caught stealing Yu-Gi-Oh cards. My brother like kind of made me do it. He was like, take these, take these. So we got caught taking them. And the security guard even told my parents, they were like, yeah, we've got it on camera. If it makes you feel better. The older one was definitely pressuring the younger one to do it. And then we got banned from having Yu-Gi-Oh cards in my house.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Bad.
Sir, Eindringlinge im Feuerkontrollzentrum. Die haben eine Bombe.
Ist sie zu entschärfen?
Ja, der Chief muss mir aber helfen, an die Zugkapsel.
Chief, finden Sie erste Echelon zu mir. Nehmt euch die Kreuzer vor. Schaltet sie nacheinander aus. Zweite Echelon, kümmert euch um die Träger.
Alle feindlichen
Ich
Schiffe
glaube
sind
nicht, jetzt ziehen sie zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
2 Sturmträger. Jetzt wird's laut.
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor. Formiert euch, folgt mir.
Der erste Träger ignoriert uns völlig, Sir.
You stole a doorknob as a kid.
In Richtung Erde durchbrochen. Übrigens, die Bombe wird von einem ganzen Haufen Eliten bewacht. Sie werden sich etwas ausdenken müssen.
I don't even know where you would steal a doorknob from. Although, I was around a lot of doorknobs as a kid because my grandpa was a locksmith, so I guess I could have easily stolen a doorknob from him. But he kind of just let us take, like, he gave us, like, keys as souvenirs and stuff, which was always fun. Wow, that guy didn't get overcharged. I used to work with my grandpa. He was a locksmith every summer. I would, like, make a bunch of keys or install locks with them and stuff. We would do, like, long drives, like, 2 hours away to, like, unlock things, because it was, like, in the middle of nowhere in Kansas, or, like, install locks. He had a box of keys for, like, every, like, make and model of car for, like, a few, like, popular brands and generations of cars. So, like, if someone called and was like, hey, I locked myself out of my Toyota, he'd be like, alright, I'll be there in an hour. And we'd show up with a box of Toyota keys, and he would sit on the driver's side and I'd sit on the passenger side, and we'd try every single key until one of them matched, and it would just open the door, and we could make a copy of that key and give him the, like, let him in. That, I mean, obviously there was other ways to open cars, like through the, like, doing the little thing in the window and stuff, but there was times that people didn't want that done, or that if we had the right keys we didn't have to do that. But it was, I remember just sitting there trying like hundreds of keys on a door. I remember making hundreds of the same key. There was a concrete cement mixing place that we made the keys for their entire building, and this was like a huge concrete production facility, like had to have been, I don't know how tall it was, I swear like 20 or 30 stories tall, probably bigger than that, to be honest, I don't know. Lots of rooms, lots of keys, lots of locks. So I made, one summer I probably had to make 500 of like similar type keys for that project. I might have made more than that even, I can't remember. But the way it works is you can like start with the one that is like the template key, and you can make a perfect copy just by tracing it. So you like follow it along with this little needle, it traces the outline, and then it copies that outline onto another key. And then you just rinse and repeat. So you just have like the base one that's the correct key, and you just make copies of it. The other way is to make it from scratch is they make these little like trace cards that like every like key cut is a different length. So like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and like each one is slightly deeper. And there's a little tracing card that you follow along with the needle that says in position 1 it's a number 3. In position 2 it's a number 4, and each position has a different number, and you like cut the key that way. I've probably made like literally thousands of keys in my life.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der
Yes,
Malta.
Bo, you do.
Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ich drücke Waffe auf deine Taschenlampe.
You kind of, instead of like, so like right there's a big lag spike, so I time my sword fly so that I don't fly until right after the lag spike. But yeah, you do have to do your button inputs around the lag.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
Why are you shooting, man? That's crazy. Well, actually, car keys aren't made by the process I talked about with the little, like, cutting wheels. They're slightly more complicated, but they are made in a box where there's, like, 1,000 of them. But you can't make them car keys aren't as easy to cut on cutting wheels. They do require a special type. They're double-sided, and they are, like, indented most of the time. And, like, modern key manufacturers are way more complicated. This was back in the early 2000s, by the way. This was when I was, like, between, like, the ages of, like, 7 and 15. So they weren't like the smart chip locks and stuff. They were just a box. Like he basically just had a box of locks, like 500 locks or 500 keys. A box of like 500 keys.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe...
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
I remember one time helping my grandpa with his locksmithing. We were installing an electronic lock system, and we had to run some wires like over the roof. And they were like trying to figure out how to like send the wires over properly, and the way that they came up was just to send me up into the roof. I was like an 8 or 9 year old, and I just like crawled up in the roof with the wires and like up and over. I remember thinking that was pretty fun.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Okay. Tja, tschüss.
The worst part about helping with locksmithing is having to retool locks for like evictions and hoarders' houses and stuff. I remember going into one like hoarding house, like, and it just being like all the way like wall to ceiling to floor of just like piled up trash. It smells horrid. Locksmiths gotta change the locks on those kind of houses. Those are the worst locksmithing jobs.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
I remember being a kid, not really understanding like how anyone could ever live with that smell. I get it now. More like I get it more now that I'm an adult. Like I understand just like mental health and like eventually it, like you don't even notice the smell if you live in it, and it just becomes so hard to clean, and if your mental health isn't there, it's impossible to clean. So I get it. I sympathize with the life, but I remember like just thinking it was like unfathomable when I was younger. Do locksmiths know how to pick locks? Yeah, most do. I know how to pick locks. It's really not that hard. It's actually exactly like you think it is. So first you put in one tool and you turn it to the side. You create leverage with that. You like crank it like with the same type of tension that turning the key would do. You turn the keyway with like a tool that turns the whole like lock sideways. And then with the other hand, so you've got one hand like holding tension, and then with the other hand you just poke all the pins on the lock. So like we were talking about, like there's like different levels to cut. So like there's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like level of cut deepness. Those correspond to different levels of pin deepness. So pins have different heights. So a level 4 pin corresponds to a level 4 cut on a key. And so basically, while you keep leverage with one hand, you poke each pin and you poke it to each height. So you first poke it to level 1 and you see if it moves at all, and then you poke it to level 2 and you see if it moves at all, and then you poke it to level 3, and then you might hear a tiny little click. And if you hear a little click, that means it's probably in the correct spot. And then you do that for the next pin, and the next pin, and the next pin. And you'll know how many pins a lock that you have is based on how many like cuts there are on your key. So if you have a key with I think most have like 5 or 6. You just count the number of like raised little indented cuts, and that's how many pins are in the lock. And so once you made it through all the pins, then if it still hasn't turned, that means the lock you're trying to pick is a slightly advanced lock. And slightly advanced locks have things in them like spools. And spools are designed to like click whenever you're picking them, but not actually be in the correct spot. So then you have to go and retry and like let it fall or push it up higher, and like you have to try each of the clicks to make sure they're real clicks, and then you like test each of the pins again, and then eventually the lock will open. The less advanced locks don't have spools at all. The more advanced locks only have a couple spools. It's really not hard to pick though. You just need the right little tool. The tension tool is like I guess the most important, and then you need another tool that's like thin enough to lift the pins. But most locks are actually really like not high security. I mean, my grandpa used to say this as well. Is like locks are there to like keep like honest people out and stuff. Like if you're a thief, like you can get through most locks with bolt cutters, but also like tons of other methods. It's really, I don't know. Locks are just gonna slow people down. They're not gonna keep people out forever. But locks are actually pretty interesting. If you guys don't know how they work, and my description of them hasn't made sense to you, you should look it up. The mechanism is kind of interesting.
Einfach fantastisch.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Look at that.
Nur keine Hemmungen. Lass es einfach raus.
Waffenschränke öffnen.
No, I did get killed by that grunt. Ugh, I was trying to ignore him. Yo, what up, Cordy?
Alarm. Entertruppen unterwegs.
When are you picking up Halo 2 Classic, Cordy? Join me, play the boomer game.
An alle. Besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Jetzt schlage ich zu. Ich kann's nicht bedenken. Ich habe einen Hit.
You don't even know where your console would be. Rip.
Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
I really just want to recruit an army of people to help me understand ghosting better. The more eyes playing Classic, the more people that can maybe help me figure out the mysteries.
Hochführen dich, Mann.
Am I gonna die to a grunt again? I don't even see this grunt. Where is he? Found him. You'd have to play on French. French is actually one of the fastest. I think it's the third language or something.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus
It's
dem
fastest for a few of the
Inneren,
levels.
genau wie bei der Malta.
You could set the Armory world record,
Eine Bombe.
or tie it at least. Great Journey's fastest in French. Overall, French is one of the better ones.
Was ist denn los hier? Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche?
Half the levels it doesn't matter. Outskirts doesn't matter. Metro doesn't matter. Arbiter barely matters. Delta Halo doesn't matter. And if you're like not going for world record, it really doesn't matter, considering the slowest compared to the fastest is only like a 12-second gap or something.
An alle. Besetzt die Kampfstationen.
It's pretty hard to get within 12 seconds of world record in this game. It's actually very hard. It's crazy how
Alarm. Entertruppen unterwegs.
like optimized and unoptimized this game is at the same time. Like many other speed games, 12 seconds is like you could have like 10 different players all within 12 seconds of each other. And that's true for some levels in this game. But for the full game, like, you get people separated by chunks of like 30 seconds. Because every mistake just loses so much time. And the level of optimization at the top, like, the really skilled players are saving so much time everywhere. It's kind of crazy. Like, it's not uncommon to have, like, minute-long gaps. Like, I'm second place. I'm 2 minutes behind Zoo right now. Like, that's a huge gap. 2 minutes? That's, like... I don't know. It's a surprising amount, but at the same time, like... My time is really good, but it's very improvable, too. This is not fast.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurück.
You know what's funny, Muzza, is like, even if somebody cheated, it'd be very difficult to make a convincing cheat for world record. Like, there's only like a couple people who are good enough to even do a segmented run that beats Zeus world record. And it wouldn't be very convincing if a lot of people tried it. It'd be really, really difficult to cheat world record is what I'm trying to say. There's only like 5 people in the world that are like good enough to do it.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
You would have to do all of the levels as fast as world record, and because segmenting in the middle of a level, just you're gonna get caught. It's like not really feasible to do like a splice like right now. So you would have to do it at the white screens between levels, and that would mean that you would have to like be world record holder for every level, because Zoo's basically like setting world record on every level. Have I ever done a segmented run? Not an entire project. I've done levels. One of the first major segmented levels I did was like a Delta Halo segmented in like 2.14, I think it was. I'd like to beat that like with single segment strats someday. The current record's a 2:20. I'd have to save 6 seconds. It is possible. That'd be insane to beat my original segmented time, but single segment. No. What's the least optimized level? Maybe Gravemind Legendary, but that's just because it's really hard to optimize. The current record's like a 750 something or a 740 something. Actually, no, it's actually an 8-minute something because it doesn't use Envy. Yeah, I think Zoo has an 8-minute something. But without Envy, it's really hard. That's kind of like the default answer though, because it's like the one of the longest missions and one of the hardest missions.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole.
So it's like always going to be one of the least optimized.
Alarm. Entertruppen unterwegs.
But when all of the other levels are like between 2 and 5 minutes, and Gravemind is 8 minutes, it makes sense it's going to be slightly less optimized.
Besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Even Regret, which is technically a 10-minute level, it's really like 5 minutes long because of the amount of waiting.
Dies ist keine Übung.
There's not really that much waiting on Gravemind. There's like half the mission is waiting on Regret.
Entertruppen unterwegs.
First you get on that gondola that goes horizontally, then you go underwater in the gondola, then you go underwater in another gondola, then you get on another horizontal gondola. It really is like 5 minutes on that level.
An alle. Besetzt die Kampfstationen.
SI definitely has time to save, but Zoo's SI world record's pretty good.
Alarm. Entertruppen unterwegs.
While looking through assembly, you managed to save, quit, cancel, and restart it at once. Interesting.
An alle. Besetzt die Kampfstationen.
I think you should look into the devices if you're like looking at like the assembly. If you can find where the device, like machine, you know, there's different scenery types like machine or box or crate. I think you should look wherever the machine types are. And I think maybe the Scarab from Outskirts or Metropolis is going to be in a similar memory location as the doors from this level. I think it has something to do with a save file from Outskirts or Metropolis messing with this level. My hunch is that it's one of the legs messing it up. Yeah, hitting select and start quick enough. Are you sure it was a speed thing? Because I don't think you can actually... Can you actually glitch out the menu? Like, you're saying like if I were to like try what you're talking about right now, I could glitch out the menu by start and select quick enough? I don't know about all that. Oh, why did I jump? I've done a lot of... So you're saying like something like A and B right there. Wait, no, that didn't do it, but... I don't know, it'd be interesting if you could recreate what you're talking about, because I haven't seen what you're talking about. Do I still do any engineering?
Besetzt die Kampfstationen.
You can engineer these nuts.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole. Das ist... Alarm. Entertruppen unterwegs.
You don't need a capture card to record. You can set your phone up. Prop it up against like a book or something. Fortune actually was recording footage while messing with ghosting. He was able to get some really good quality like recording with his phone. He had it like framed like perfectly. You don't need fancy smash capture card. If you get 2 books and put your phone between them, you can like pinch the phone so it'll be standing upright, and you make it so that part of the camera sticks out. Boom.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
I've told this story a bunch of times on stream, but I used to have the sickest setup for old school streaming. Back in the day, oh my god, I did not want to stick that guy. Back in the day, like software that exists today, like OBS, didn't used to exist. So nowadays I can have a webcam, I can have splits, I can have the timer, I can have chat, I can have all the gameplay. So you can have all these different devices, but originally when streaming, we could only have one input device. We could just have one camera. So what I would do was I would have one camera, and it would be my webcam, and I would point that at my television. But I knew that some people liked having a like face cam as well. So what I did was I would put a broken glass of like mirror propped up against the TV. So the webcam would be pointed at the TV, and then there was a mirror propped up against the TV so you could see my face. So using only one input device, I was able to have both face cam and like video of the gameplay at the same time. It was the coolest setup.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Bad.
Muzzle was actually around for my webcam streams. Some of my tower to tower streams from back in like 2011 or whenever that was, 2009, whenever you were watching, I can't even remember. But those would have been some webcam streams. Man, guys are just melting me. I use that setup for tower to tower, yeah. Yeah, you're one of the only people in chat that was actually there for my old setup, the webcam setup. Can you guys believe Muzzo was watching my streams in like 2007? I'm pretty sure my first tower to tower setups were in 2007. Pretty sure that's right. Maybe it was slightly later, but it was around then.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
So, ich
No way is this grunt gonna cause me. Man, what's that grunt? Does Halo 2 have a tower-to-tower equivalent? Not really. I mean, I'd say some of the holy grail glitches over the years were the Cairo Station cutscene room. That one was considered close to impossible. But that ended up being relatively easy to accomplish once we figured out a method. So that was more like a long-term unaccomplished challenge. In terms of like a challenge that was constantly attempted for 20 years or 10 years straight or whatever, there hasn't really been anything like that. I think the hardest things ever accomplished in Halo 2 are some of the arbitrary unit possessions I've done. Driving the Shadow on Outskirts, turning into Tartarus, turning into the Monitor on Great Journey. Those setups are actually insanely difficult. I think they're probably the closest in terms of like monumental achievement. Arbitrary unit possession is by far the coolest and craziest glitch in all of Halo.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern
Wait,
der Athen,
where'd this guy's
genau
sword
wie bei der
go?
Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine
I
Bombe.
lost the sword.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
That's so annoying. I thought I picked up the sword. I like got distracted. Yo, Downforce, thank you for the $10. When I accomplish this goal, consider doing chess. I don't think you realize how difficult it is to make it at the top level of chess. I'm still like 500 points short of having any sort of career as a content creator. Even more realistically. The amount of talent at like the top 1% is very dense. I don't have any I don't have any knowledge to add to the pool. To be a successful streamer, you have to add something to the pool, and right now I don't have anything to add to the chess pool. I have something to add to the Halo pool, and that I'm going for a time that nobody has ever achieved. For chess, I would just be some slightly below average player. I did hear about Hans backing down. I think that's hilarious.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Tasche? Oh!
I wish I had that sword fly. This is still pretty fast. It was gonna be insanely fast if I had that sword fly.
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Start.
Yeah, this is good. Alright, this is the one.
Nehmt euch die Kreuzer vor. Schaltet sie nacheinander auf. Zweite Echelon kümmert euch um die Träger. Im Lauf. Cortana, Ziele aussuchen und Feuer frei. Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor. Formiert euch, folgt mir.
Come on. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. This is so fast. Alright, I got really low health for the final section. But it's fast. Alright, I don't want to take damage here. Okay, pretty good room. This is fast. Boom. Look at that pace. Said boom, boom, boom. Now let me hear you say, way ho.
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
Said boom, boom, boom. You guys remember this really old meme? Okay, this is probably something like one person in chat's gonna remember. It was around the same time as like E-Bomb's World and Numa Numa guy. There was a guy singing a song about Aisha. Like Aisha was this girl of his dreams. I haven't heard that meme song, I feel like, in like 20 years.
Sergeant, ich brauche Sie auf dem Vogel.
Ma'am?
Meine Pelicans bringen Rüstung und Verstärkung in die Stadt. Die brauchen tauglichen Geleitschutz.
So sweet. So beautiful. Trying to remember it. I'm getting bits and pieces of it in my mind. It's coming back. Aisha passing me by. Hold on, it's coming to me. It's coming to me.
Chief, vom Träger sind gerade jede Menge Kapseln gestartet. Die nehmen Kurs auf uns.
Zur Brücke. Überall Ratten. Trotzdem besser als schwimmen. Ich habe die Kampfgespräche der Allianz analysiert. Die sind überrascht. Verwirrt. Die haben uns hier wohl nicht erwartet. Keine Menschen. Nicht auf der Erde. Verrückt, ich weiß. Das erklärt aber, warum die mit so einer kleinen Flotte kommen.
Das ist ernst, Mann! Weiter, weiter, es gibt nichts zu sehen. Los, weiter, es gibt nichts.
The internet just hit different back when E-Bomb's World was popular. You would go on the internet with your friend when you had to like schedule time to get on dial-up internet because otherwise it would like kick you off if you got a phone call, so you had to make sure your parents weren't going to kick you off waiting for a phone call. So you get on dial-up, you hide in the back room because you know you're looking at videos you maybe shouldn't be supposed to when you're 9. Not like they're inappropriate like sexually, just like adult videos. You go on E-Bomb's World, there's like all sorts of stuff out there on the internet. No way do I die there. Man, that's actually crazy. This run was so fast. I can't believe I just died there. Man, this run was so good too. Ah. So much time lost. I'm only continuing because I was so green. Yeah, it's pretty bad. That might be the original song, awesome, but the one I'm thinking of is a guy covering it. It's like a nerdy redheaded guy using Windows Movie Maker fonts and backgrounds to do a cover of the song. The first lyrics of the song are so sweet, so beautiful, I'm almost sure. Aisha passing me by. It's the like main hook. I hate this level, man. This was so fast too. I just can't get a good level. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna have to listen to this meme song now that we've talked about it. Gotta find it. Oh, I found it. Oh. This is the one I'm looking for. Wait, video is no longer available? What do you mean video is no longer available? I can find it on TikTok. The original YouTube video is deleted though. Will this play on... Oh, here we go. This is it. Alright. That was a throwback. Aisha. That video got legit millions of views back in the early days of the internet. Like, someone said how easy it was to make a viral hit back then. Like, yeah. Really, like, the internet was so small back then. That was one of the only, like, funny videos on the entire internet. Like, you know, now you could never watch every bit of comedy on the internet if you tried. There's more hours than human existence. But back then, you could actually watch almost everything. Like, sure, maybe there were some deep, dark recesses of the internet you couldn't actually reach. But back in the day, you could, like... There weren't very many websites. All of the videos uploaded were, like, in one spot. Why was the internet invented in the first place? It was invented by a few different colleges in the United States as a, like, way to send information. Like, DARPANET is what it started out as, right? But basically, just it was invented for what it is today, sending information from one computer to another.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Back in like the 1960s.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
You know what's crazy is how many people have, like, had the right idea to be rich and just been in, like, the wrong time. Like Ninja obviously wasn't the first streamer to be hyper and to play Fortnite, but Ninja was just right place, right time and became a multi-millionaire off streaming. There was a guy who made a video website called mythica.org, and this video website was exactly the same as YouTube. You went on the website, it was a search bar, it had the most popular videos was the front page, so you could see, like, most popular today, most popular this week, most popular all time, and you could watch the most popular videos. And if you didn't want to see the popular ones, you could search and find a specific video. And this was all for only Halo videos. This was a website called mythica.org that a guy named Amarak invented only to watch Halo videos. So it was all of the glitch videos that we uploaded, all of the machinima videos, the music videos. And eventually, this website lasted like 4 years, and eventually he shut it down because the bandwidth cost got to be too expensive. So, like, he eventually just deleted all of the hard drives, deleted all of the information. But this website was literally like YouTube before YouTube existed. And you think now, like, obviously YouTube costs a lot of money to run too, but it's also one of the most profitable things that exists in today's world. So if Amarak could have just, like, been in a slightly different time where bandwidth was slightly cheaper and storage was slightly cheaper, he could have had, like, literally a multi-billion-dollar idea. And he did have it. And he... It really sucked when he shut down Mythica because he only gave us, like, a short-term warning, and he said that he would save the hard drives, like, long-term for us if we needed them, and then he ended up shutting the website down, like, immediately and lost the hard drives. So we lost, like, an entire couple years worth of footage for Halo. There's tons of glitch videos, there's tons of like archived footage that's just gone forever because this guy deleted his website without archiving the hard drives.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Streaming was a lot different when I started as well. When I did my very first streams, it wasn't for the public. Only people with a password could watch my stream. I used to stream on ustream.tv, and there was a feature that you could like protect your streams, so you needed a password to witness it. And I went on forums called High Impact Halo, which people in the YouTube chat were just talking about, and I posted on the forums and I was like, hey, I'm doing glitches, if you guys want to watch, here's the link, and the password is HIH1234. And that was literally the password I used. So only people coming from High Impact Halo would know about my stream and the password. So, like, it wasn't about streaming to get popular. I was just streaming as a means of archival and a means of chatting with my friends while I did cool glitches. So I was attempting tower to tower glitches and stuff. And so I just had people like chatting and watching. But it was literally like just a handful of people that I knew through the Halo community. It wasn't trying to get ad revenue. It wasn't trying to become famous. It was just me doing things. That's what started my kind of streaming career. That was back in like 2006 and 2007. That was before Halo 3 came out. No, I'm not an employee of Twitch. No, it's not, I guess. I'm not an employee. My tax forms don't say I'm an employee. By no definition of employee am I an employee. They are not my boss. I'm a contractor on their platform. I don't get a W-2.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
What do I get? A W-9 or something? I forget which tax form I do get. I know some of the money I get from Twitch is classified under royalties. Oh yeah, 1099. That's what it is. But no, I'm definitely not an employee. I would get different tax and health care benefits if I was an employee. Instead, I do not get any healthcare benefits. It is cool that my 1099s say royalties, though, whenever I get paid.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
That's my retirement plan, Muzza, is the fact that I don't have healthcare benefits. Welcome to America.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Ärger, Bruder.
That's pretty fast.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ich sollte warten, um deine Taschenlampe.
Hit the fly, man. Don't get stuck in the corner. Okay, I'm still alive. It's fine.
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Don't kill me.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
Man. You're just trying to make it difficult. No. Dead.
Kann das sein? Hat die Malta die Eindringlinge schon
Sir,
verjagt?
Eindringlinge im Feuerkontrollzentrum. Die haben eine Bombe.
Ist sie
Status.
zu entschärfen?
Ja, der Chief muss mir aber helfen.
I did get that stick.
Alarm.
The jetpack guy spotted me and then he flew down, which made it hard. I used to know the ways to get, like, past the filters. There was websites that had, like, VPNs built into their search boxes. There was one that was, like, santaslist.com or something that basically looked like a Christmas website. But if you typed into the search bar, it was just a VPN and you could, like, load in any other website. There was a few websites like that back in the day that were like disguised to look like websites, but were just like VPNs for others. Google Translate you could do that with for a little while. If your like filter for your school would block a website, you could take the URL, put it into Google Translate, translate it to something like Spanish, and then translate that website back to English. And a lot of times you could get past the filter that way because of the way Google loaded the page. It was kind of sick. Felt like Hacker Man. I remember learning all those tricks to get past all the websites when I was a kid. I got some of my friends in trouble. Well, I didn't get them in trouble. They got themselves in trouble. But I taught some of my friends how to bypass the filter, and they got themselves in trouble. Going to naughty websites. I'm glad they didn't snitch on me, because I had nothing to do with that. I didn't go on those websites with them. I was using it for video games, and I taught them how to do it. And then they got caught looking at porn, and I'm glad I didn't get snitched on. I would have been pissed. Who would even watch porn at school? What a waste. I mean, middle schoolers. Back in my school, like, the computer lab was a separate room from the classroom. You would, like, leave the classroom to go to the computer lab, and sometimes the teacher would, like, leave you in the computer lab unattended, which sounds ridiculous, or there'd be, like, certain, like, desks facing away from the teacher, and you could, like, tell, like, she couldn't see your screen. And this was, like, in middle school, the teachers didn't really have the super advanced software where they can see, like, everyone's computer at the same time, and they can lock your screen at the press of a button. Like, that does exist now, and even today they just wheel out laptops and everyone has laptops. But I don't know, middle schoolers are stupid. And also, like, I was always done with my work, like, super early. So generally what would happen is the teacher would, like, walk around the classroom and help the students who were, like, having questions with their work. So if I was done with my work, I could just kind of, like, coast around and do whatever I wanted. So some of my teachers didn't give a shit that I played video games. During, like, computer time, if I finish all of the lesson and the teacher's, like, busy helping other people, my options are either help other students, which sometimes I did, or play video games, which sometimes I did. So I would just find ways to, like, dick around on the computer. I remember in high school, one of my computer classes, the instructor unlocked my computer so that I could go on the internet. They had it where you were only allowed to go on certain applications when I was in high school. So you could only, like, open up Microsoft Excel, and that was the only program that they would let you open. But because I was already done with my work, my teacher would, like, let me go on the internet, which was pretty cool.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs.
A lot of my teachers were pretty cool in high school. They would let me, like, goof off because I was finished with my work. That was always nice. There was one teacher I had that I just asked to go to the library every day, but library in air quotes, because I would just leave. It was my last class of the day, and I was done with my work, so I would just, like, go home. And the teacher knew that's what I was doing, but it was always like a tongue-in-cheek, wink wink, hey, can I go to the library? And I would grab my backpack and I would not come back. As long as I was, like, done with my work and a good student, my teachers didn't care. Yeah, I'd say playing video games as a kid paid off for me as well. I think I gained a lot of useful skills through video games. I think puzzle solving and logic. I think the exploration of glitches has taught me about computers in ways that a lot of people don't know. Just like the low-level computer science. I think it's why I have a degree in computer engineering. I think in terms of multiplayer, it's given me perspective of meeting people all over the world. It's given me ability to speak and talk online. Get a lot of experience. I wouldn't call it necessarily public speaking as in like a crowd, but it is a skill to learn to talk the way a streamer does. I don't know. I think there's a lot of skills from video games. I think video games should be something like given to children. Like, I know some people think like video games are bad for the brain or whatever, bad for whatever X and Y reason. Obviously in like limited quantities, like depending on the age, but I think puzzles and platforming and hand-eye coordination, it's all very important. I think making video games accessible to children, like educational video games especially, is really important. I think there should be a lot more educational video games, actually. But even the ones that aren't strictly educational still have educational purpose. But I think that some of the Game Boy games I had as a kid, like the handheld Game Boy games, Pokemon in itself is a very slight puzzle game. But then I had some real puzzle games, like Tetris had full puzzle modes. And I was playing those from like literally age like 3. There was a Donkey Kong puzzle game that had like 100-something levels. I remember playing that forever. There was a lot of like old Game Boy games that were like puzzle platformer things. I think solving stuff like that as like a 3-year-old like really does help you learn. Platformer games help you learn timing. Hand-eye coordination.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief.
Yeah, that game was sick, Gromrick. I loved that game. It has so many levels. The first Game Boy game I ever played was Super Mario Land, the first one. I remember falling in love with the Game Boy after that. I was literally 2 years old. My older uncle, and he brought over his older kids, which would be my cousins, but they were like 10 years older than me. They had a Game Boy, and they let me play. And then my mom bought me one not too long after. But first game I ever played when I was 2 was Super Mario Land. Classic game. I still have that game too. The one from my childhood. No, 6 Golden Coins is the second one. Also a very good game, but not the one that I played first.
Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs. Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs. Alarm! Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen. Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Man, I remember when somebody showed me the old man missing no trick in Pokemon for the first time. Like, blew my mind to get infinite rare candies. I remember the first time I saw somebody play Pokemon Red. It wasn't me. I was at the pool and another kid was there sitting on one of the like sunbeds, and he was about my age, so we were hanging out near the pool and I saw him playing, and he had a Charmander and he was fighting the gym Brock, and I saw him training in the wild for a few fights before he went to go fight Brock, and every single wild Pokemon died to one hit from his Ember, from his like Charmeleon, and I was like, wow, that's cool. And then he got to the gym and they stopped dying, and I was like, oh no, is something wrong? Like I was very young, I didn't quite understand it. But I do remember the very first thing I ever saw of Pokemon Red was the Brock fight with the Charmander, that new Ember. That was before I ever even played it myself. I was watching someone else.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los hier! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Alright, this one's a good one. Let's finish this one out.
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Bad.
What are you doing down there? Why? Why do you do this to troll me? Yep, I'm dead because I get a shit spawn. Dude, that was fast too.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
You know, it is kind of incredible that the new Pokemon was so ass. The graphics were just so bad. It was laggy. It was just not there, man. I mean, honestly, once you got past all of the shitty graphics and stuff, it looked like a fun game. Like, the new Pokemon looks fun. I mean, Pokemon is fun. There's a reason the formulas lasted 20 years. But it's incredible how bad they can make it look and still sell a fun game. I feel like there's just an obvious direction you could take that franchise in terms of the original formula and improving it. Like, I don't know, I feel like there's so many ways they could have capitalized the franchise better than they did. Did I try Power World? No. Yeah, like, Breath of the Wild and Pokemon are on the same console as well, which is crazy. Comparing, I mean, Breath of the Wild doesn't even look that good. Like, don't get me wrong, it looks fine. But Breath of the Wild's graphics aren't even, like, insane. It's just, it looks good for a handheld, I guess. But then you compare that it's on the same console as that Pokemon game, and holy cow.
Wir stecken in Schwierigkeiten.
I also wish they would find more ways to cleverly allow us to catch every Pokemon in one generation. I understand it's a bit of a hassle now that there's literally like 1,500 Pokemon or something absurd, but the original tagline was gotta catch them all. If I can't at least trade them all, then what's the point? I want a complete Pokedex. So the modern Pokemon games, it's impossible to get all the Pokemon, even if you trade them from the old games. They're just literally not in the game files. So it used to be like, yeah, maybe you couldn't catch them all on one single Pokemon cartridge, but if you had the other ones, you could trade them over, and you could use any of the old ones you wanted. But that's not the case anymore, and that makes me a little sad. I don't know, I understand 1,500 or however many Pokemon there are is a lot. I think it's like 1,200. But still, I wish they would find a creative way to give all of the Pokemon in the game. I know it's possible. No, I should have shot from the beginning. No, you can get Mew with glitches, or you could get Mew from the Toys R Us trade that was in person. So there was a special event where you could bring your Game Boy to Toys R Us in 1999, and you could trade to get Mew, and it was legitimate. But if you didn't do that, then you had to do glitches, and there's a way to do it using just one cartridge without any hacks or anything. But it requires very specific game knowledge. And if you don't do glitches, then yeah, you needed a Game Shark or Action Replay. But the most common way is right before Misty, you can get a Mew. So there's a trainer on the left side of the map right before Misty that's looking straight up. If you press start and down at like the exact same time so that you walk downwards one tile and then you pause the game. And if you do that on the exact same tile that you load in the trainer that's looking straight up at you, you'll be paused at the same time that this trainer is noticing you. And if you then teleport back to the nearest town, which will be Misty's Cerulean Town, then you go and fight a very specific Pokemon. Either one of the gym Pokemon, or one of the Slowpokes that's up on the Nugget route. You can fight a very specific Pokemon, and then go back to where you originally were, where you teleported away, and when you get there it'll be a Mew. You can fight it at level 7 or lower. It'll know the move Pound, and then it learns Transform at level 10. And Mega Punch at level 20. It learns a move every 10 levels until like 70 or something. But also the cool thing about Mew, and the reason Mew is actually my favorite Pokemon, is Mew can learn every single TM. It can learn Earthquake and Thunderbolt and Fly, and I mean, not that you want to teach it Fly, but it can learn every HM and every TM. That makes Mew pretty cool.
Truppen unterwegs.
Can you get Mew in Gold and Silver? You can trade Mew from the previous games and put it into Gold and Silver. Or you can do the Bad Egg glitch, very similar as creating the Mew glitch. If you save the game at the same time you deposit a Pokemon into the box, and then you turn off the game, then you can make it where there's a Pokemon in your party that is like glitchy, and if you glitch that Pokemon that is a very specific level with a certain moveset, and it knows in its third move slot it knows a specific move, then you can hatch an egg into Mew. It's called Bad Egg. You can also use it to get Celebi. I know the specific moveset to get Celebi is you need a Sneasel with the move Beat Up, and you need to put Beat Up in the third slot. That's how you get Celebi off Bad Egg. Or Sneasel. Did I say Celebi? You need Sneasel. You gotta use a Sneasel to get Celebi.
Sie sagten doch, es...
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Yeah, Daniel, thanks for trying. Actually, what I usually do, Cuddle, on my playthroughs is I catch 2 Mews. I make one of them HMs and one of them my strong fighting Pokemon, and the one that is my HMs I call H-Mew. So HMEW. That is usually what I do in my playthroughs. Because it can learn all the important TMs. It's like the only I mean, there are other ones that are good for learning 4, but it can learn Fly, Surf, Cut, and Strength, which are like the only 4 you need in Gen 1.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
Could you trade Missing No to Gold and Silver? It turns into a Slowpoke most of the time. That's like one of the default values that it turns into. It would let you trade it most of the time. Sometimes if you tried to trade a glitched Pokemon from Gen 1 to Gen 2, it would say, sorry, this isn't valid. Like, if you tried to trade a Pokemon from Generation 2, like Gold and Silver, if you tried to trade it a rat, like a Rattata with a move that only exists in Gold but doesn't exist in Red, it would say it's got an invalid move and say you can't trade it. So sometimes you'd get messages like that, but you can trade a Missing No, and I think normally it would turn into a Slowpoke.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
I always thought it was cool that you could trade from Gen 1 into Gen 2 on Pokemon. You could use some glitches to get shiny Pokemon that way as well. If you traded a shiny Ditto from Generation 2 and then you put it into Generation 1, then you could use that to like copy other Pokemon. I don't remember exactly the steps, but basically you could force trade shinies from, or no, it was a way to get a shiny Ditto is what it was. So if you took a normal shiny Pokemon, like you were guaranteed one on Crystal, or like a red Gyarados for example, and you traded the Gyarados into Generation 1, and then you had a Ditto transform into that Gyarados, and then you captured that Ditto was then guaranteed to be shiny on if you traded it from Red into Gold. It was something like that. I'm pretty sure those were the steps. And then doing something else with those similar steps, you could force other shinies.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
If you're talking about on Cinnabar Surf, Zach, the random Pokemon you encounter on the edge when you're doing the Missing No glitch, it actually varies based on what you name your character. So you saw Starmie probably because you named your character Zach. If you name your character something different, then you see a completely different Pokemon. You can also make it where, depending on the last area you went, you can surf on Cinnabar and get them to show up in that surf spot. So like if you went to the Safari Zone and then you surf on the left or the right side of Cinnabar, you can make it where there's Safari Pokemon in the surf.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
I know a lot about Pokemon glitches. I've spent a whole lot of time doing Pokemon glitches.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Lass mich das machen, Kameraden.
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Das ist ernst, Mann.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
No, I think it like glitches over and goes back to level 99 or 100 or something.
Alarm,
As soon as you get in one fight, it glitches and goes back to a normal level. I'm pretty sure. I can't remember. You always didn't want to trade him very often because everyone warned you it would break your game.
an alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
I did break my gold or my crystal cartridge actually. I need to figure out how to reflash that game because my crystal cartridge is like completely bricked from doing glitches. I accidentally created like 500 Pokemon in my party and then the game glitched and crashed and now I can't even launch it. It like does the first 5 seconds of the intro and then the game shuts down. And then sometimes it says this cartridge cannot be played on anything other than an official Game Boy Color, even though I am playing it on an official device. GB Operator is a great tool to correct it. Is that a real thing? I didn't know what I didn't know what the tool was I needed to fix it. I know the cartridge needs like completely reflashed though. GB Operator, is it expensive? Do you know how much it costs? You can flash ROMs and take saves off. 50 bucks. I don't want to spend 50 bucks on that. Maybe someday. That's about, I mean, Crystal's about 100 bucks, so I guess it would be kind of worth it to save my Crystal cartridge. But Crystal's also one of the most expensive Game Boy games. No, it's not a repo. It's an official cartridge. So I don't. Is it even possible to reflash an official cart?
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
No, taking out it's not a save issue. It's the cartridge is literally corrupted, like the flash memory of the cartridge. I did arbitrary code execution. The glitches were too complicated. They corrupted the entire cartridge. Not just the save file, but like I didn't even know it was possible, but yeah, the cartridge is bricked. And I remember when it happened when I was doing glitches. I'm sure that's what caused it.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
No! Why are you looking at me, dog?
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Yeah, that was a good start.
Ich hab ihnen einen Sitz reserviert.
Get out of the way, dickhead. Think you're gonna live after doing that? Think I'm gonna let you block my boxes and then just run away all sprinty daintily skipping away like you're happy to go shoot some Covenant? No siree, Bob. Jumping around all nimbly bimbly from tree to tree. Yo, what up, Nated?
Alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Hey, das hat reingehauen.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
I don't want to restart. Ain't falling down those stairs though.
Deckung!
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Alright, I'm gonna eat this banana. Give me a second. I'll let the cutscene play out. I'm gonna drink some water and eat a banana.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras. Und Sie sagten, Sie würden sich was Nettes anziehen. Die Leute brauchen Helden, Chief. Gebt ihnen Hoffnung. Also lächeln, okay? Solange wir noch was zum Lachen haben.
Alright, I successfully hit the gluck gluck on that banana. No, I'm just kidding. I only had like 2 bites. But imagine.
Das ist ja ein richtiger Auflauf.
Wenn Sie mich auf Knien sehen wollen, muss ich Sie enttäuschen.
Sind Sie sicher?
Meine Herren, wie schön, dass Sie zurück sind. Sprechen Sie, Cortana.
Es rührt sich was, Sir, nahe Io. Untersuchungen laufen schon.
Tut mir leid, aber wir müssen hier Druck machen.
Sieht gut aus.
Vielen Dank.
Sergeant Major, das Kreuz der Kolonien wird für großen Wagemut und Hingabe verliehen. An einen Soldaten des United Earth Space Corps.
Das nenne ich absolute Ketzerei. Er soll für alle, die unsere Allianz brechen wollen, ein Beispiel sein.
Commander Miranda Keys. Ihr Vater.
You guys ever played The Witness? For some reason, I just got the urge to play that game. I've played it already a couple times, but it's actually fun even on the second playthrough. It's a puzzle game. It's pretty challenging, but it kind of teaches you as you go. The first playthrough is really kind of special on The Witness. I'd recommend you guys play that for a puzzle game if you haven't. You're basically walking around solving mazes. The very start of the game is solving a maze. You're trapped in a bunker, and you solve a very simple maze that unlocks a door. Like, that's the very first puzzle of the game, is to open a door. And then from there, you're exploring an environment where different mazes unlock different sections of an island, and you activate lasers on the island. Eventually, the lasers lead you to the top of a mountain, and then you solve lasers inside of the mountain to make it to the end game. And then there's a final puzzle for the end game. And it's, I don't know, it's a really good game. One of the best puzzle games of all time. Like, no exaggeration. Top couple puzzle games ever. It's a little pretentious, but it's, I don't know, it's good. There's a couple spots that kind of blow your mind. Is it an RPG? No, it's just a first-person shooter. I mean, not really a shooter, but you walk around in first person with the crosshair, and you click on the puzzle, and then you solve a maze. You solve the maze by dragging your mouse, or your joystick if you're playing on a controller, but yeah. You walk around the world in first person as a character, and whenever you encounter a puzzle, you can click on it, and then you can interact and solve that puzzle. And there's something like 500 or 450 puzzles or something like that. There's like, maybe not quite that many, but there's hundreds. There's literally hundreds of puzzles to solve. And they get kind of progressively harder. And they all have kind of different themes. They're all simple mazes, but they all have different, like, symbols and properties. And it starts out, there's no words. There's not a single bit of tutorial in the entire game. No text anywhere. So the only thing you can do is solve the first puzzle, and it'll either give you a beeping noise to say yes, you solved it, or an X noise to say no, you didn't solve it. And so that's how you gain information. You just try the puzzle. If you passed it, then it worked. And usually it starts out where it's impossible to fail. There's only one correct solution, or like, if you draw the like normal lines, you're gonna get a solution. So it teaches you at the start, it kind of forces you to succeed. And then the puzzles get harder and harder, and it makes you like figure out the rules. So even though you passed on the first try, you were forced to pass. So you have to like go back and look at the puzzle, and you have to figure out why, because you need to know the rules so you can solve the later puzzles. Or it gets like super complicated. So it teaches you as you go, though. It just forces you to learn.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Ain't no way.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
But it's also really hard. Don't expect to beat it in one sitting. Expect it to take probably more than 10 sittings. And one puzzle might take you like a few seconds, or it might take you an hour. Some of the later puzzles are pretty hard, but a lot of it's really rewarding, especially the aha moments. Whenever you solve a puzzle and you see the answer and you're like, aha, I get it. There's some really satisfying moments.
Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
Do I ever try Sudoku? Yeah. I like Sudoku. Are you full health? Wow, it's that slow? How is it that slow?
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem
Yeah, but if any of you guys are puzzle game enjoyers and you haven't played The Witness, I would 100% recommend it.
Suchen Sie die.
And apparently it is 75% off on Steam right now. So even more of a reason to give it a go.
Deine Taschenlampe.
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Bad.
I'd say in the puzzle genre, The Witness is probably the best game I've ever played.
Sir, Eindringlinge im Feuerkontrollzentrum. Die haben eine Bombe.
Ist sie zu entschärfen?
Der Chief muss mir aber helfen, an die Zündkapsel ranzukommen.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Yeah, Outer Wilds I've heard really good things about. I haven't played it. I know I really should. I don't have spoilers yet, so I still don't really... I know slightly what the game's about, but I haven't actually been spoiled, which is good. I'll probably play it someday. Yeah, I've heard to avoid spoilers. My friend has tried to talk me into playing it. I've just been too lazy. But yeah, I've heard really good things about Outer Wilds.
An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
It'll get played eventually. It might be too complicated for me to really get into it though. I don't know. I'm not looking to like draw like on a whiteboard with red string tying 45 elements together. I feel like I've heard that it has a little bit of that, but I've also tried to avoid spoilers, so maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm not looking for like a puzzle that's gonna take like a cryptography degree and 10 years of cracking, or just go Google it kind of stuff. Like, I don't know, if the only like feasible way a puzzle gets solved is for me to Google it, I'm gonna be a little disappointed. And I'm not looking to take like super convoluted steps to solve puzzles either. I understand that appeal for some, and I will probably have fun doing it to some extent, but I don't want to have to do it to the extent where it's like too many hoops.
Hochtüren dicht machen.
No. No, I have to reload.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Interesting. Not very fast, but I lived.
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Ball.
I'm gonna need a new controller. Do you guys see when it's turning slow to the right? Like it did when I was dropping down in that space section right there. My controller is messing up. I need to either open this one up or get a new controller. Need to figure out what's wrong with it. That really sucks. It's really annoying, man. This one didn't last very long. I was really close to world record at the end of the year, like in like November and December, and then my controller broke and I had to get a new one. And switching controllers really threw off my mojo. Like I went from world record pace every night to like felt like I took 2 steps backwards. And now I feel like I finally broke this controller in and I'm back to world record pace pretty often. And now this one's breaking. It really is kind of frustrating. I don't know. Not the most exciting thing to happen. It might be fixable.
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
Okay, I'm down 1 grenade. Do I want to save it? Yeah, I think I'm going to save it on this next area. So normally I do a grenade jump right here, but I'm going to not. I skipped doing that grenade jump because I wasted one at the start, and I want one to blow up this turret. If you don't blow up the turret, then the elite will try to get on it, which he's gonna try to do. Okay, no, he didn't. I got lucky there. But sometimes he'll try to get on the turret, and he won't pull out his sword if he's pathfinding to get on the turret, because he can only do one thing at a time. So you have to wait for him to get on the turret, then you have to wait for him to get off the turret, then you have to wait for him to enrage, and then he pulls out the sword. So, you really want to save that grenade.
Die meisten Allianztruppen sind direkt unter dem Träger. Die wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen. Diese Brücke ist der direkteste Weg zum Stadtzentrum.
Chief, vom Träger sind gerade jede Menge Kapseln gestartet. Die nehmen Kurs auf uns.
Dieser Tunnel führt zur Brücke. Überall Ratten. Trotzdem besser.
What kind of controller do I use? I just use a normal 360 controller. I'm using a wireless black 360 controller.
Die sind überrascht.
I know you might think wireless has worse latency. It doesn't. It's literally imperceptible to humans. It's less than 1 frame in the game. Whatever, I think it uses Bluetooth. I don't even know what protocol it uses, to be honest, but whatever it uses, it is fast enough. It's like it's communicating at the speed of light. Like, that's how fast Wi-Fi is traveling and stuff. And I'm telling you, there's nobody that can tell the difference between a wireless and a wired on this game. The only real difference is the way the controller feels, because a wireless controller has a battery pack which weighs a certain amount and like changes the ergonomics. So you might prefer a wired controller for ergonomics, and I do get that, but it's not for lag. I'm telling you, you can't feel it. Not possible. I'm really, really sensitive to lag, and I have tried to see if I could sense anything, and I've never even come close to it. I haven't even tricked myself into almost thinking I could feel a difference. And I'm usually like super sensitive to that kind of lag. So I've used both wireless and wired in the past. But right now I'm on a wireless. And my point is, it doesn't make a difference. It just doesn't matter. And also, this is a single player game, so even if it did have like 1 frame of lag, the game is still happening. It's not happening online, so I don't need to be 1 frame faster than an enemy across the world. I need to be 1 frame faster than an enemy that's like programmed in the game. So it's really not the same. Like 1 frame of lag, even if it did exist, in a single player game doesn't really matter. You just react, you just like learn to play 1 frame different. Oh yeah, batteries dying mid-run is a valid concern. That is a real thing. I usually have 2 sets of batteries, so I have 1 on the charger right now, and I have 1 in my controller, and I just swap them whenever I need to. But yeah, you do need to be vigilant. That is a real thing. Not a gameplay issue, though. This is a good start. That sword cancel on Outskirts was really good. Did you see how far I went to that ghost? Face pals reporting for duty. Let's go. Yo, dude just got sniped by his allies.
In dem Gebäude sind ein paar Marines eingeschlossen, Chief. Konzentriert euch auf die Race. Die sind am
No, that's not fair.
In dem Gebäude sind ein paar Marines eingeschlossen, Chief. Konzentriert euch auf die Race. Die sind am gefährlichsten.
No, I got secondary Warthog exploded. So the Warthog blew up, and then like 2 seconds later it blows up again because cinematics or something. And that's what just killed me.
Konzentriert euch auf die
That's a little bit of time loss.
Sir, Corporal Perez, Kompanie A, Kommandostand ist da drüben.
Company
Der Lieutenant wurde
A.
beim Absprung getroffen.
Wer hat jetzt das Kommando, Corporal?
Sergeant Banksman. Er ist oben. Kommen Sie, ich zeig's Ihnen.
Okay, we lost time on this level.
Verstärkung anfordert.
We got a gold split metro earlier today, though. That's pretty high. My sum of best improved by 1 second. Can you guys believe it? We're 1 second closer to 115 sum of best. My current sum of best is a 116.01. My next gold is probably gonna make us a 116 or 115.59. Don't kill me, dude. Just run slow enough. Alright, still in the green. Barely.
Wir sind der Arm der Prophetengebiete und Sie sind das Schwert. Seid still und flink, dann schlagen wir diese Ketzerei ohne weiteres nieder. Der Sturm hat unseren Anflug getarnt. Ihr lokales Gefechtsnetz müsste
Alright, we're
auch
gonna get a good
durcheinander
arbiter
sein.
right here.
Das Überraschungsmoment ist auf unserer Seite. Vorerst.
Gotta hit one sword fly first. Easy. Zoom in. Come on. No. Trick sucks. Maybe could have given it one more try. Bad.
Sie sagten doch, es gäbe keine Kameras. Und Sie sagten, Sie würden sich was Nettes anziehen. Die Leute brauchen Helden, Chief. Gebt ihnen Hoffnung. Also lächeln, okay? Solange wir noch was zum Lachen haben.
Yeah, Mateus, it's pretty hard.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. An alle, besetzt die Kampfstationen.
Vorsicht!
Dies ist keine Übung. Ich wiederhole, das ist keine Übung.
It's kind of crazy how optimized these legendary runs have gotten too over the years. Like, the speed we go right now would have been unthinkable 10 years ago. There's so many like crazy strats we do with sword flying and ghosting and skips, like butterflying to the end of High Charity. That strat's bonkers. Like, I don't know, just conceptualizing what's happening on the High Charity skip is kind of insane. You're putting an enemy on top of your head and you're flying to the end of the level. If you fall too far, you'll die. If you go too fast, you'll die. If you miss any inputs, you'll die. And it's 2 minutes, almost 3 minutes, of pushing a 3-button combo with both joysticks involved, and you need to do the 3-button combo hundreds of times. If you miss any of them, then the trick's over. You can only steer by moving backwards, and you can only look straight up while you do it. So you can't see shit while you do it. And you have to move yourself into a tiny little floating invisible rectangle with no floors and no wall around it. I've heard people ask, how does the flood know to steer you to the end of the level? The flood doesn't take us there, we steer ourselves there. And you have to do it while looking straight up and moving backwards.
Oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Inneren.
It's really one of the hardest tricks in Halo.
Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist das eine Waffe oder eine Taschenlampe?
Alright, that's pretty fast.
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Bad.
I love getting that terrible spawn on good runs.
Sir, Eindringlinge im Feuerkontrollzentrum. Die haben eine Bombe.
Ist sie zu entschärfen?
Ja, der Chief muss mir aber helfen.
Let me live. No, that was fast, even with the shit spawn. Let me live.
Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs. Alarm, Entertruppen unterwegs.
Yeah, Swifty, it is a kind of funny assumption, but I've heard the question a lot. People make a lot of funny assumptions when they ask questions. It's always funny. There's a lot of misinformation about this game out there as well, though. A lot of people will like make like half-complete truths about things, especially like things like the scarab gun and things like that. So you'll have people like I have people explaining like the Metropolis scarab gun to me pretty often, and they're like wrong, but they think they know what they're talking about. Like the way the tank blows up and the way there's 2 scarab guns that actually exist on Metropolis. A lot of people will have like kind of faint knowledge of all of that, but they don't really understand it. Or they think that there's a wieldable scarab gun on Great Journey because of this and that and the wrong type of logic. They're following incorrect logic by placing a scarab gun on Great Journey. There isn't one.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
We can just check the map files to know for sure, and there isn't one. But even still, people use some wacky logic. Not quite. I mean, it's not far-fetched logic. It's just incorrect. Yeah, and there are also fakes. There were a couple popular fakes.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
I always think it's funny when people like try to tell me fun facts about the game, as in they're teaching me something, but they explain it to me incorrectly. I do still like hearing the fun facts, though. Always good to hear a good Halo 2 fun fact.
Alarm, Enter-Truppen unterwegs.
This game has some random niche knowledge. Every once in a while, a YouTube comment or a Twitch comment will tell me something I didn't know about the game, but it's not very often. It's pretty rare. I like it when Twitch chat asks a question that makes me think, I haven't tried that. And then I go try it and we learn something. It's pretty hard to ask those questions anymore, though. It gets harder and harder every year. Pretty good.
Oh oh, die verlassen die Athen.
Cortana, Lagebericht.
Die Explosion kam aus dem Innern der Athen, genau wie bei der Malta. Die Allianz muss was zurückgelassen haben. Eine Bombe.
Verdammt, dann muss hier auch eine sein. Chief, Suchen Sie die.
Na los jetzt! Ist eure Waffe oder eine Waffe?
Pretty good.
Na los, Chief, hier lang.
Still gaming.
Ich war fast an Bord, als die auftauchten.
Keine Sorge, Ma'am, wir sind am Bad.
No. Not quite the perfect angle there. Still not bad though. It's pretty good.
Kontrollzentrum, die haben eine Bombe.
Erste Echelon zu dir. Geht durch die Kreuzung vor. Schaltet sie nachher wieder aus. Zweite Echelon, finden Sie die Träger. Im Lauf.
Feindliche Schiffe sind in
Cortana, Ziele aussuchen und Feuer
zwei
frei.
Sturmträger. Jetzt wird's laut.
Ich glaube es nicht. Die ziehen sich zurück. Wir haben gewonnen.
Die Träger brechen durch, Sir. Sie nehmen Kurs auf Kairo. Cortana, konzentriertes Feuer auf den ersten Träger. Admiral, knöpfen Sie sich den zweiten vor. Formiert euch, folgt mir.
Wirklich übel.
Please. Please get out of the way. Get out of the way. Okay, it's still really fast. Should have been slightly faster.
Das Trümmerfeld der Malta in Richtung Erde
The guy wouldn't move.
Übrigens, die Bombe wird von einem ganzen Haufen Eliten bewacht. Sie werden sich
It's not
nichts
sub
ausdenken
4
müssen.
pace anymore, but it's like low 4. If I get a good ending. No. Okay, he's dead. Whew, a little scary at the end. So good.
Die Sache ist dringend, Chief.
Schüttelt es ab, Marines! Absturzstelle räumen! Los, los, los!
It saves like 40 something seconds, Jameson. Unfortunately, 40 is just enough, and it's early enough that it's kind of necessary. If you're thinking, why don't I just skip doing it? It's just too much. Technically, it's not 100% necessary. But 40 seconds in the first 15 minutes is quite a bit of time.
Nicht nachlassen!
Sergeant, ich brauche Sie auf dem Vogel.
Ma'am?
Meine Pelicans bringen Rüstung und Verstärkung in die Stadt. Die brauchen tauglichen Geleitschutz.
No way does that kill me. Okay, at least we got a good checkpoint. No, it implies that riskier time save is easier to put into the run the earlier it is. So Arbiter, if the trick on Arbiter is inconsistent, the fact that it's early makes it more useful than later.
Die wollen bestimmt nicht, dass sie an Bord kommen.
I can spam more resets that make it to 15 minutes than I can that make it to 1 hour. So even if it's like not 100% consistent, it's still worth doing.
Chief, vom Träger sind gerade jede Menge Kapseln
It
gestartet.
just makes the
Die
cost
liegen kurz auf
benefit
Kurs.
make a little bit more sense.
Tunnel führt zur Brücke. Überall Ratten. Trotzdem besser als Schwimmen. Ich habe die Kampfgespräche der Allianz.
It's also why I spend so much time on Cairo Station. There's a bunch of time save on Cairo, and it's the first mission. So I reset until I save time because the cost benefit is just so low. Like, I don't have much time sunk into the run. It's literally 1 minute to restart. Might as well. instead of being 1 hour to restart. I can squeeze all of the time early, giving myself a little bit of buffer later. Ideally, I don't need the buffer. Ideally, I just keep the time save and bank it all the way to the end. But this gives me a buffer. Ain't no way I just blew up there. But like, if I want to beat the world record, I have to beat the world record on at least one level, right? It's like not possible to get world record unless I do. So I'm choosing which levels I plan to go faster and which levels I plan to go about the same. And the first level is kind of the easiest to go faster. Everything else I plan to do about the same, to be honest. The majority of my time save is in the first half of the run. Practically all the real time saves in the first half of the run. Which I think is a good thing. I think it's fine. What was the fun fact that turned out to not be true, Swifty? Maybe I can remember what you're remembering. I got a pretty good rememberer. No, they are on Sacred Icon in a couple spots, but not on Quarantine Zone as far as I know. Maybe you're mixing that up with the Sentinel on Quarantine Zone that holds the Needler instead of a Sentinel gun. And there's also a Sentinel on Arbiter that holds a Constructor gun. That was pretty bad.
In dem Gebäude sind ein paar Marines eingeschlossen, Chief. Konzentriert euch auf die Waves. Die sind am gefährlichsten.
I don't think I made early cycle, but it's close. 43, so 55. Oh, it's so close. I want to go for it, but I can't. 43 to 03. If the Warthog helped me at all on that Wraith, it would have been early cycle. I think you're remembering them flying down the hole on Sacred Icon, because they do fly down the hole there. And there are many of them flying like in the hallways on that level. And Sacred Icon is basically the same level as Quarantine Zone. I have a feeling you're getting your 20-year-old memory of Sacred Icon mixed up. If I were to do my memory guru memory management tool. That's fast.
Wir sind der Arm der Prophetengebieter und Sie sind das Schwert. Seid still und flink, dann schlagen wir diese Ketzerei ohne weiteres nieder.
Over time, the strats might have developed differently, Cuddle Buns, but for the most part, they'd be exactly the same because we're not really doing safety strats really anywhere anymore. At this point, the world record's too optimized. So it might have gotten to this point at a different rate, but for the most part, the strats are like, we're doing not too different from IL strats on like every area. So I have a feeling it wouldn't look that different. Maybe over time it would have developed differently though, who knows? Nice. Nice.
Feind gesichtet!
No way, man. This was so fast, too. At least we got the checkpoint. It's really not that much time lost. Man, I should have lived there, though. It's fine. Don't do it again, please. Thank you. That's the equivalent of getting it like second try. It loses like 20 seconds or something, but it's okay. If I get glass clip, it'll make up for it.
Kümmert euch ihn, Brüder.
Too late.
Ich verteidige das Orakel.
At least we got good door.
Die Ketzer mobilisieren ihre Luftstreitkräfte, Gebieter. Ich schicke einen Phantom zur Unterstützung. Der Anführer der Ketzer ist in diesem Teil der Station. Räumt die Landezone und geht da rein.
Alright. Slightly disappointing Arbiter Halls. But a green run is a green run.
Was ist hier passiert? Gebiete. Er sendet eine Rufwinken an. Er muss ganz nah sein. Zu erledigen. Komm raus, damit wir die töten können. Stellt euch auf. Anführer, bleibt. Die Flat greift uns an.
Was haben Sie getan?
Los, Gebieter, wenn die Verstärkung da ist, komme ich nach.
When you say you had the dialogue break, do you mean the dialogue continued playing while you were paused? That happens if you pause the same frame the dialogue begins. If you mean that you had something else happen, I'm not sure. But yeah, sometimes if you pause while dialogue starts, it'll continue talking while you pause. And then when you unpause, it'll go back and repeat the same exact thing. Or is there another one? There it is. Die. 30? That's still pretty good. Lost like 5 seconds there on that last guy, but it's not too bad. There was still a popcorn somewhere over there, wasn't there? I don't see it. Is that it? There it is. Well, that was scary. I'm not gonna get the checkpoint either. Ain't no way I'm gonna die here, man.
Abscheuliche Kreatur.
Get away from the door. Okay, slightly sloppy, but at least we didn't die. I didn't have a checkpoint.
Anführer, der Sturm erreicht uns. Wir können die Stellung nicht halten. Bringt die Phantoms zur Mine. Wir gehen erst, wenn der Anführer...
Oh, I didn't get a new sword. I only have 4 ammo. Bad.
Wir müssen ihn rausjagen.
Don't follow me.
Gebieter, die Flat ist jetzt überall in der Station. Wir sind zu wenige für so eine Riesenversorgung.
Okay, I only have 4 ammo. I gotta remember. 4 ammo. Good.
Krieger, zurück zur Landezone. Der Gebieter geht weiter nach oben, trennt die Station ab und scheucht die Ketzer aus dem Loch.
Mögen unsere Herren ihre Hand führen.
Okay, we can get a new sword now.
Ihm wird das Kabel. Alle meine Phantoms sind in der Luft, Gebieter. Los, trennt sie das Kabel durch.
Didn't it say 4? How did it end up with 5 sword? Am I blind? I guess it was 5 the whole time. I was thinking it was 4. Whatever. Not that it makes a difference.
Das ist einer. Bei den Propheten.
I was saying 4 in my head.
Ja, vielleicht.
Uh-oh. That's that adaptering.
Ein letztes Kabel, Gebieter.
Here we go. We can save some time if we get a good ending here. Am I interested in any Halo mods? No, not really. Not unless they give me more information about glitches.
Der Anführer der Ketzer ist unterwegs. Lasst ihn nicht entkommen. Wir bleiben hier, solange es geht.
That was risky. I was off the map there. That was scary.
Wir halten das Tempo so gut es geht.
That was really scary.
In einem Mensch hier kommt in diesem Strudel nie. Moment, der Hangar. Dort war ein Seraph-Abjäger. Gebietet.
Kind of an insane ending.
Mit einem neuen Kommando, einer neuen Flotte oder einem Versprechen. Sehen Sie sich um, Gebieter. Wie viele andere Einrichtungen erfolgt auf Diesel den Schmarotzer. Aber wo sind die Waffen, Gebieter? Was ist herausgesprungen?
Everything after the Banshee section was kind of perfect.
Nur um diese Geschöpfe auf Eis zu legen. Und wo sind jetzt diese Götter, die uns die Propheten anbeten lassen? Transzendiert? Wohl kaum. Kommen Sie, Gebieter. Ich zeige Ihnen, wohin Sie gegangen sind.
Diese Mine ist um mehrere Jahrhunderte älter als Installation haltbar.
Boom. Time save.
Sir, wir müssen diese Geschütze neutralisieren.
I didn't get the jackal. He might be out. He is, but he's running away. I don't think he saw me. Famous last words before I get sniped in the back. It could happen anytime in the next 5 seconds. Alright. I should be safe.
Artillerie ausgeschaltet, Sergeant. Landezone ist sicher. Vorerst.
Verstanden. Wir gehen runter. Stellung halten.
Leichter gesagt als getan. Phantoms im Anmarsch, Chief.
That lag was weird. It was like video lag. The game, when I was like trying to move the camera of the ghost, it like skipped. I was like, that was in game. That wasn't a recording artifact. Alright, past the hardest part of Delta Halo. Actually on a pretty good Delta Halo too. Come on, give me that.
Gut. Immer noch nichts von der in Amber Klett im Netz.
Wait, I skipped the spawn? How did that skip the spawn?
Komisch.
I don't feel like that should have skipped.
Von unserer Landung, aber hält uns nicht für besonders.
It's not that much time lost. I just have to walk through these doors instead of sword flying. I just don't feel like I should have skipped it.
Aufpassen, Innengardisten.
Alright, we'll still save a little bit even with that. Boom. Alright, here we go. One of the hardest sections of the run right here. it's been a while since I got sniped there, too. Come on. Fine. Then I get the shit spawn. Come on, dude. Not again, man. Give me the good spawn. This is so frustrating. Plus 40 seconds. I barely even made a mistake. Sometimes you just get sniped. Yeah. I don't know, I maybe camoed like a frame too early. It was on my green. That's something similar happened to Zoo in his run though. So if I get a perfect ending, we're not guaranteed to lose all of our time. But there goes most of our time save potential on this level. Unfortunate. We had almost a minute of time save. Now it's basically all gone.
Durch vulkanische Aktivität entstanden. Das heißt, er wurde entweder absichtlich errichtet oder entstand durch irgendeine Katastrophe. Sorry, wollten Sie jemanden umbringen?
I was trying to shoot between them.
Wisst ihr, die Blutsväter haben diese neuen Anlagen wohl um die alten gebaut. Als Schutz. Das ist aber reine Spekulation. Erst muss ich noch gründlicher nachprüfen.
It's a lot of green, yeah, but we lost it all at the start of this level pretty much, unfortunately. Did you die? This guy still hasn't died. Okay, he did.
Da ist ein versunkener Abschnitt, der die Türme mit den Anlagen verbindet. Wir gehen da wohl runter. Außer ihr wollt schwimmen.
Yo, laughing. Welcome back. Thank you for the sub.
Propheten an irgendwas namens High Charity abgefangen. Es scheint eine formelle Entschuldigung zu sein an die Propheten der Wahrheit und der Gnade. Der Prophet der Wahrheit hatte wohl offensichtlich etwas vorschnell gehandelt, als er die Erde angriff. Er bittet die anderen Propheten, ihm sein verfrühtes Eintreffen zu verzeihen. Er behauptet, dass ihn niemand vor menschlicher Präsenz dort gewarnt hätte. Das erklärt, warum seine Flotte nur aus ein paar Schiffen bestand. Seltsam, dass ein Prophet nur so dürftige Informationen über die Heimatwelt seines Feindes hat.
Mr. Welly Bobs with the Prime, thank you. Man with a fun name to say. I usually want sub 5 button on a decent run. Got 540. We're like 50 seconds behind a really good run. It's rough. But I have 50 seconds to save on this level, so if I get a perfect ending, I'll still be in the green. Gotta get a perfect ending.
Deine Hast hat die Erfüllung unserer Allianz gefährdet und unseren großen Plänen geschadet. Dass dir eine öffentliche Zurschaustellung deines Versagens erspart bleibt, hast du nur dem Propheten der Gnade und seinem weisen Rat zu verdanken. Wahrheit, Gnade, Bedauern, 3 Prophetenhierarchen. Bedauern zu töten sollte der Führungsriege der Allianz einen Hieb versetzen, aber es hört sich an, als täten sie Wahrheit damit eher einen Gefallen.
Here we go. Here we go.
Ich bin so dicht an der Bibliothek, wie es geht. Da ist eine Art Barriere. Wir versuchen herumzukommen. Ich halte euch auf dem Laufenden.
Das ist meine letzte Tour, Chief. Treibstoff ist fast alle. Der erste Turmkomplex ist sicher, also gehe ich da runter. Sagen Sie Bescheid, wenn ich Sie holen soll.
No, Flea, they patched it. It's this week. New update on my 21-year-old game. Oh, come on. They're not giving me good angles here, man. I can't get a good cancel to the tower. Why are these guys trolling me so hard? Please, just let me in the tower. Oh my goodness. More time lost. It wasn't that bad. I just got a first try it here. Just got a first try it here. Please let me board, please. Okay, we'll just get sorted. Cool. My time. No way does he break my camo, dude. I hate this game.
gerade gestartet. So viele kann ich nicht orten. Wir haben keine Zeit mehr.
Please.
Da ist das
Please.
Ziel. Holt ihn euch.
Fine. Ugh, I hate this fight. I think the run's dead, boys. I think the run's dead. This checkpoint's pretty tough. But even still, like, the fight with an even better checkpoint is still really hard. This fight's like one of the hardest parts of the run.
Da ist das Ziel. Holt ihn euch.
It's also random, like, so you have to be prepared for a bunch of different spawns. Alright. I think that might be it for me though today. I don't think I have more in me. If you guys enjoyed the streams and you found that last run to be hyped, I do these every day. I usually get one really good one a day. Sometimes a couple. But that's gonna be it for tonight. 6.5 hour stream. This was a good session. I'll be back tomorrow. If you guys want to see more, don't forget to follow. Pretty much every day I do this. Very few days off. Do I have anyone I'm following? Not really. Well, I'm gonna read my 24/7 channel again because Twitch banned me and I lost a bunch of ad revenue on this channel. So I'm gonna earn it back by rating myself. The channel is back. If you guys were watching this, I have a 24 channel, 24 hours a day that basically just plays my old broadcasts. So if you want to watch some old VODs, they will be playing. They banned it for, it was like, because they thought it was a spam bot account or something. It's been fixed. It's unbanned. But I'm getting my ad revenue back. I'm rating myself. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'm out of here.